What's the game called again, Jeff?
It's called D&D 5e, and we are
King's Dilemma, and the sequel to
King's,
it is called Queen's Dilemma, and that's coming out this
oh,
fall, actually. Yeah,
King's Dilemma. I think I've heard of this now that you
yeah,
mentioned the name.
it's a lot
King's.
of fun.
What's the
Oh yeah,
minimum
my
number of
brother.
people playing to play?
I think it's 3.
3.
Yeah, I think it's 3. Yeah, because we were never able to play it on our own.
Okay.
Yeah,
And the maximum?
5
Five,
at a
oh,
time.
only 5 people?
Well, it's I would argue you can play with more. You just have to
I think we'd have to look up rules.
balance things slightly.
Yeah, just because the only thing that will change, I think, is the points you get at the end, which is more for the meta game afterwards. I don't think the actual gameplay is affected by having more
Okay.
people. Yeah.
Okay, this is cool. I might actually get this to play with my wife and my brother and sister-in-law.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be so cool. And like each of the houses, they give you like a little card that becomes like a mini DM screen.
Because I mean,
Oh,
Yeah.
does it rely on a board? Not really.
Not not really.
Cause,
Well, the board is really just to
yeah,
help
because I was
you
gonna say
keep
if it
track of.
doesn't, then technically we
Mhm.
can play it online.
I think you can.
Yeah, we could totally
I'd,
play it online.
I'd be down with it,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, because like the only reason why you need the board is just to keep track of the resources that are in the kingdom.
Mhm.
And then really just to keep track of like what the history. So as you open up envelopes and open up different paths, you add to a history deck that will get saved throughout the entire game. So you can actually look back in time to see
Mm.
what happened. How did you get to this point?
Okay.
Um, really cool actually. Like in our game, we explored and antagonized the North, and then realized there was a hidden possible war that could happen up there. And then as we were in the middle of that, we also found out about some things happening in the South. Um, and so like our attention got split and
It was interesting
Nice.
too because like the first one we started was like the northern campaign, and there were like two of us had like kingdoms in the, or like properties in the north. So it was like, oh, suddenly it's like really personal and like, well, how are we gonna deal with this? Blah blah blah.
yeah,
It was cool.
Oh,
it's
this
pretty
is so
cool.
cool. Yeah.
That sounds
Yeah,
pretty cool. Yeah.
yeah. Total political intrigue too.
It's
Yeah.
funny because we are also playing Gloomhaven Jaws of the Lion, which is the flip side. It's like both are aspects of D&D. It's like um, King's Dilemma is like just role play essentially and like voting, and Gloomhaven is just
Oh,
combat,
Gloomhaven.
like
Yes.
no role play. So it's like it's funny. They're like the two sides.
Gloomhaven has been recommended to me by Daniel Plant for quite a while.
Oh, Danny. Yes, he did recommend that to me as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, like, he's a guy at work. He's also into like a D&D and tabletop
He
games.
specializes in knowing all the systems out
Yeah.
there for role playing games.
Oh yeah.
So he would just say, tell me what kind of game you like. I'll recommend a system that would support it.
Oh my!
The heck.
Yeah.
He is like an aficionado, as they call it.
Yeah. I used to
feel like,
report
though,
to
like,
him. So
Oh
I
yeah.
feel like with Gloomhaven, it is just a battle though, so you kind of have to insert your own role playing, which I like the most. Yeah.
Yeah, because otherwise it's just combat, which you know it's nice, but it gets old after.
all right. With all that said,
Sorry.
Aris wasn't here last time, 2 weeks ago, and now Katamil isn't here. What type of information could you? Well, what happened last week? No,
Oh
not
my
last
God.
week. What happened last time?
A temple. We Valakos with a lot of help from Cathamil and Saphira, we dedicated a temple, or not really a temple, but you know,
You rented a room, right?
yeah, essentially.
It's all right. Any place where we are could be a temple. It's all right.
Wow.
Home is where the heart is.
Yeah. So a shrine, yeah. So we dedicated a shrine, and we spent a lot of time doing arts and craft essentially. Preparing pamphlets and
It was one of the OVAs, Jeff.
Nice. Nice.
and then we came up with, I think, Sarah, I think we were talking about like a few gifts, right?
Yeah. I
What's,
think
what are the
we
gifts
come up with
for King's Day.
ball. I think we came up with 3. There was Valakos's glittery mobile.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting what you named it. Saphira
I like that ball.
had
Made a disco ball? That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah.
kind of,
Okay.
yeah.
It-
Saphira has dragon scales. Cathamil was going to commission a glass weapon of some sort because glass is very expensive and like a sign of wealth. And there was one other thing I thought that we had.
Oh yeah, the drinking horn.
The drinking
which
horn.
was from Thor's horde. So yeah, that was
Yeah.
4. So 1 for each.
Okay, thank you.
We just have to work on the stories for the
And-
dragon one.
And who's
but
giving what? Yeah.
who's getting what?
Hmm.
And we're also talking about maybe getting a little figurine for the blind seer, one of the glass figurines, because she
Yes.
likes those weirdly.
Yeah, to like dioramas, to have these crystal figurines in a diorama is what I have in my notes. Like even though
Was it
she's
where-
blind.
Even though she's blind. We're arranging Valakos's book talk at a local bookstore,
Yes. Oh my goodness. Yes.
making pamphlets, and we're going to hand out pamphlets, and I think, yeah.
Maybe we can grow the shrine into an actual temple, yeah.
Yeah.
In a week.
And we did find out something curious. There is some affliction called the blight or trader's cough, where those afflicted with this disease are sent to a place called the Sinner's Sanctum. And it's run by an old hag called Ortopia, I believe, if I got the name right. And they don't let anyone in, or no one really wants to go there. But from the information we got about this blight, it sounds a lot like the worm infestation. So it's something we were debating whether we should wait for after or go before the ball, to investigate.
We also were stopped by a group of mercenaries on the street who were also going to the ball, and are basically like making fun of us because we don't have a lot of money. But it was just an interesting observation,
From what they can see, bitch.
that it seems like maybe there will be a lot of mercenaries there, which is interesting.
Yeah. Oh, and this one I thought about after. So since this is a ball, right? I'm assuming there's gonna be ballroom dancing. So maybe some of us. I mean, Avalikos was like focused on his temple, but maybe you guys wanna. I mean, I know you guys are perfect ballroom dancers in real life, but maybe like your character should,
Yeah.
train a little bit.
Sure.
That would be fun, like to see Eris
It
and
would be fun to
Captain
see Eris.
Yeah, you're dancing. I mean,
Eris.
you have watched Bridgerton. That's all they do in balls.
By the way, so let's to that on that note, I would say that since you all have your own individual invitations, you would see that the invitation again would have your names on it, penned by himself, because it came from him. But it's just a space where presented to, or we are currently inviting your title and your name, and then below it would describe that the ball, really, it's a gala or a ball, whatever. But it calls itself a gala, celebrating the day of great rejoicing. And the invitation has a blurb about saying again the invitee must be dressed in such a way to depict their stature and elegance, befitting an audience with the Lord of Selena and his other guests. It also sets a blurb. It basically has a long list of disclaimers and bullet points that you would see in tickets nowadays, and it says that there will be multiple forms of entertainment throughout the gala, where participation is encouraged to mingle with the crowd and impress the Lord Zeke, and there will be a 5-course meal throughout to finish the events, followed and closed by the grand ball. And
All
only
right.
the prestigious are invited.
Of course.
Okay.
And then finally, at the very end, it says a few hours before sunset on the day of the banquet, a carriage will arrive at your registered lodgings to pick you up.
This is nice.
Okay, so we need clothes. So I feel like one of the things Eris wanted to do is talk to someone to have that commissioned.
Well, wasn't that what we were getting from the dude?
Yes,
Is
remember
that
that in the luxury, he
Oh.
suggested that if you need assistance or hairdos and whatever, you can come in and be the clients, and they will fix you up because that is their specialty.
Do we need to have the clothing commissioned earlier? Because that just sounds like makeup and hair.
Up to you, depending on
I
how
would-
how elaborate or extravagant you are. Or you
Sarah
want
wants
to
to
be.
go. Eris is gonna go full. Sorry. My bad.
Do it.
Eris is gonna go full.
I think Saphira would like to as well.
Yeah.
And also, Saphira is gonna, if she has a little downtime, she's gonna try and take some dance lessons. I would say she probably has a little bit of experience in dancing, just because she has really high dex and acrobatics. So I feel like she has some sort of dance skill.
Yeah, but
I'm
Saphira's.
she's
I was gonna say Saphira's specialty in dancing is breakdancing, though, because of that agility,
yeah. So she's not
Capoeira.
good at court dancing.
I can
That's
throw
the
people in the air. I'm super
nat-
strong. So I would be like, let's go. I want to dance too, but also let's get our dresses. Because I never wore anything pretty, and I'm full Eris now. So, so yeah, I feel like I would go back to the guy, possibly on even the next day to be like, here's what I want.
That's probably where Aris was, while the others were assisting Valakos.
Okay, sure.
All right,
It's
so yeah,
gonna be.
you would be
I want it to
consulting
be
with Arhin, and you just come up with whatever you want, and you can even talk about the experience if you want to. But Arhin
it.
would be helping you along the way.
Okay. And Max messaged.
Oh, he did?
yeah, he'll be.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. Okay, yeah, a few minutes, got it. The gala is estimated to last about 12 hours long, complete with
Whoa!
complete with feasting, gaming, and entertainment.
All right.
And
That's
again,
like a whole ass
You need to
commitment.
prepare
yeah,
proper
it's a
spells
big
for
event. Mm-hmm.
Wait, is there any information on the types of things that we're encouraged to participate in?
Oh, it doesn't say on it. Just let me think here.
Would
Actually, you
Arhan
know what,
have information?
Saphira, I would allow you to roll well, maybe a wisdom here, because you've been in urban societies, kind of, you've been a bounty hunter. You have some ideas what usually goes on. You could probably
Okay.
try surmising.
Can I give her my bolstering magic because I asked the question?
No, it's not a magic. It's not something that.
Okay.
It's almost like every question you ask, I'm gonna bolster that. What? That doesn't make sense.
Here goes.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay. You could hazard guesses. I mean, it's not like you don't know. Again, it's a matter of how sure you are of your guess. But in certain galas you've heard, probably not been to, um, interactions some entertainment would probably be some what do you call this, informal contest of some sorts, maybe some parlor games, maybe even some storytelling or some skills, showmanship of skills, kind of like just to display why you're here and why you're special type of thing. But you probably don't have any good examples because you've never really been. Oh, hey, someone snuck in.
There he is.
What's this person doing here? We
Hey,
have an
sorry,
infiltrator.
I
So
totally forgot this was happening
yeah,
today.
yeah. So that's pretty much it. So with that said, after killing
Yeah.
Caius, we're done with the campaign.
Finish the whole game.
Congratulations, guys!
The whole game.
We
Oh, hey,
finished it up
Max!
in 1 hour.
I told you guys you could finish a campaign this year.
Oh, Blue has been saying that for 4 years now.
No, I did not say that in the first 2 years.
Okay.
The third year, yes.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. So yeah. So just to repeat, Max, I was just explaining the details that were in the invitations, that for the ball, because people were talking about the ball, and then I realized I never did explain what was on the invitation. The invitation would have your character's title and name penned by Arhin, who actually was the one who gave you the invitations. But below the name, cordially invites, blah blah blah, your name, title and name, and then below it, it's kind of like some descriptions of what to expect. And included there is, again, the invitee must be dressed in such a way to depict the stature and elegance befitting the audience, befitting an audience with the Lord of Selena and his other guests. There will be forms of entertainment where participation is encouraged, and a 5-course meal throughout the evening, followed by the bowl to close out the events. Also, they're saying that a few hours before sunset on the day of the gala, an official carriage will arrive at the registered lodgings of people invited to bring them to the palace. The actual event is called the Day of Great Rejoicing. And it is estimated to last about 12 hours long, which includes the feasting, gaming, and entertainment.
Wait, since it starts at sunset of one day, how does exhaustion play? Like,
Oh, then you
Is it
guys
this-
better be rested that day, that before that night.
that's what I'm saying. Like, we should sleep that day so that we wake up and are rested for the evening.
Wait, you said 12 hours?
Estimated to be 12 hours, according to the invitation.
Starting when?
About close to sunset.
So full nocturnal. So we should sleep that day.
I mean, the whole party, ends or lasts for 12 hours. Doesn't mean you can't leave in the middle of it, right? You can.
That wouldn't be befitting.
Well, who are you gonna
Lord
offend?
Zeke.
Who are you gonna offend? Lord Zeke? Come on, who's that guy?
The king of the realm. Oh, fuck that guy. Yeah.
Anyway, so I think that's kind of like just the more important things. Yep. All right. The party was
What
still.
did you say to Sarah? That she, to the question of what might we be doing?
Oh, yeah. So it's again, it's a matter of how accurate it is, but Safira would have guessed something like, again, maybe some sort of parlor game, some good old fashioned challenging each other type of thing, showing off your skills maybe in instruments or something, maybe storytelling, things like that, to kind of like impress both the Lord and the guests and everybody else, bragging rights, etc., and mingling with the crowd, but all like in a civil way, right? And then sitting down and eating with the king. And then obviously, being social and dancing in the ball, perhaps.
Mhm.
Yeah. Oh, why is the party interested in this ball again? It's so uncharacteristic of the party.
We like parties, man.
I don't think so.
Definitely.
We've never thrown a party, so this is us learning how to throw a party.
Mm.
Not that we're throwing it, but like what a party would look like.
Hmm.
But also, we're trying to get close to Zeke, aren't we? And the Blind Seer. Figure out what's happening in this kingdom, because something ain't right, and it's not been right for a long time.
So what's the interest with the Zeke, and what's the interest with the Grand Seer again, or the Blind Seer again? Just
I
making
think we
sure
were
you
told
all
that the
four are on the
blind
same page.
I think the lady of the spy who sent us here said that the blind seer is someone, if anyone we could trust, it is the blind seer, is what she said.
Mhm.
So that's why I think we're trying to get in touch with her, say, hey, we're here, you know, what can we do to help? I think is what at least what I'm thinking we are intending to do.
Yeah, I think the confusing part of that, though, is that the person that we talked to didn't know about the corruptions and the worms. So we're not actually sure if
Yeah,
the
that's true.
Blind Seer actually is good.
Yeah, and I think from what we found out from that father guy, I forget his name. Like I get the impression, both me as a player, but also Valakos, I think, gets the impression that we shouldn't trust anyone at that level. Um, you know, that high up in the hierarchy.
Did that answer the why you want to talk to Zeke and Lady Aramis?
Well, at least Lady
Okay.
Artemis, that covers. Zeke, I feel like, is just. I don't know, he came to power after that power struggle and killing of the old king, right? So I don't know what's happening there. I actually legitimately am about Zeke.
I feel like from my notes, it's just kind of like we think there's some corruption in Selena. We don't know exactly what's up. And Zeke's the guy in charge, so maybe we should take the measure of him.
And I think this is a very, or not a very easy way, but as clear of a way we have to get really close to him and actually see what type of a person he is, and just see what all of the different politics are in this place, right? It'll be a good crash course on Selena's society, basically.
I don't want to have a crash course in front of the king. I feel like I want to find out more information before we talk to the king.
I mean,
Clearly, I
I
fucked up in front of Arhen, so I'm still a little nervous.
I kind of think we need a reason to be at the party that is more innocuous than think there's foul play afoot, because we don't know who's doing the foul play, and better if they don't know we're looking.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we should announce that, but I think we should have some sort of like reason to be in Selena, right? I mean, I'm sure we'll be asked, because I think we were already asked a couple of times, right, by just street like vendors, and
We said we
right,
were
so
looking for work, right? Mercenary. And also just to see the legendary kingdom
yeah.
after it
Yeah.
opened its borders to outsiders.
We need something that lines up with our MO, and
What is your MO? I'm
Yes,
interested.
yes. It seems to mostly be killing stuff.
That doesn't bode well in a party.
I guess we should not announce that. What else can we say?
I mean, half the people are gonna be mercenaries over there anyway, so couldn't hurt. Maybe it will let us be more like innocuous, right? Meld with the crowd because we just, another mercenary.
Right. Anything else?
Maybe we have. Maybe we sell ourselves as we're seeking some secondary objective of ours, or I don't know. We think there's some corrupt religion taking root in the city. We want to find it, or somewhere somewhere under the control of Selena. I don't know if Selena has control of the lands around, but maybe there's something in the lands
I
around.
don't think we should presume to take any type of ownership over what's happening in Selena. Like, if we say, oh, there's corruption, we came here to remove it, who the fuck are we? Like, they're totally going to be like, get the hell out of here. So we should have just come here for reasons that are just interest, probably, but that are not a lie. I feel like we still are interested by the Kingdom of Light, and possibly even maybe we can do it the other direction. Maybe we want their help in fighting a worldwide thing. I don't know, but I don't think we should come saying we came here to save you.
No,
It's a
yeah,
quick,
of course.
yeah.
But I mean, maybe we suspect there's some monster in some cave nearby. I don't know.
Who the fuck are we? Like, I sincerely think they're gonna be like, get the hell out of here. We can do it.
Okay, let's see.
With like remember when we told somebody too where we're from, they're like, oh, that's super far from here. I haven't even. It felt like they didn't even know where that was.
Yeah.
We could be
We're
seeking
nobodies.
knowledge. Well, we are seeking knowledge at some level, but maybe do they have notable libraries? We haven't talked about any libraries, but
If they have one, you haven't found one yet. I know Kathleen was searching for a
archaeological
bookstore and
research.
something. Yeah.
What is Salinas known for the world over? Like,
The world
if
over,
we have,
not
yeah.
quite in the Sword Coast. Nothing really, except for what I mean, if you haven't met Bernhardt, you probably wouldn't even know Selena existed. But as far as what you've learned by being in the city for a few days now, again, it was just a mysterious city that was run by paladins, very righteous and very noble. Supposedly, that's their kind of reputation, and they like to seek order. And provide justice around a large territory within the border kingdoms. And for the most part, the other tribes have left them alone because it's one of the older kingdoms. But that's pretty much it. It's very, I wouldn't say it's superficial, but kind of like very surface level. Because again, the walls of Selena was very private prior to the coup. So people would just paint their own kind of like biases or perceptions of what Selena would have been.
But okay, but as of late, we have been hearing of the opening of Salinas,
Yep,
right?
and that's why there's a large like influx of people very interested in what Selena really is. And again, that's kind of like the whole contention. Then, well, I know there was a coup that recently happened, but the residents who kind of like survived after that, kind of like still getting used to like there's a lot of tourists out there. There's a lot of people, outsiders really, that are either not familiar with what Selena is or was, and there is just a lot of things being changed, and some people don't even know like where the chips will fall. Like, what is Selena going to be now that there is also a new ruler? Was the corruption true? There's a lot of rumors going around, right? So things are up in the air.
Maybe Valikos is here on a missionary mission, and we all owed him a favor.
Well, also maybe so we're from somewhere far away they don't know a lot about, and
At least
would
the
they
people
know
you've
at all
met,
about?
yeah, at least the people you've met,
Right.
they haven't heard of or know about.
Maybe we were looking for somewhere that hadn't just been ravaged by, war. Maybe we're looking for more profitable opportunities elsewhere because we came from a
Yeah, I was about
place
to
in conflict.
suggest something like we spoke of all of our exploits earlier. Why don't we just say something similar like we're on vacation, and while also on vacation, we love adventure. That's why we're so far afield. But also exactly what Sphere said, like looking for riches, looking for new partnerships, looking for places to spread the word of God. Um, like each of us has a potential thing that we wouldn't need to roll a deception check for.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's true.
Wow, so
Yeah.
meta.
Yeah.
No, but like I also think the heiress would not want to try and lie because she's such shit at lying, clearly. So I think Eris just wants to have fun with her friends. So, um,
It's true. We are very wealthy, and as wealthy people, perhaps we are exploring business opportunities in trading, looking for trading opportunities.
especially now that the areas that we're from have been so ravaged by war, I think we would be looking to help out back home. And if
I
there's
mean,
anything that
And we are
Catherine
new
has
keep
already.
owners, you know, we need to establish a name for our keep, and we're traveling around surveying and trying to figure out how we can do
is
it.
our keep's
Okay,
name.
see, I think like
didn't
a
name it.
combination of all of those,
Yeah.
right? So, okay, I love the fact what Eris is suggesting that we are all on vacation, but still, even though we're on vacation, we all have some certain things that we want to accomplish. Like Cathamil can be trying to establish ties with with other with Selena, like back home, we have our own keep, so Cathamil could be interested in that. And and me, like I would love to learn more about the religions of this place and spread the word of God, right? So that's why I established the temple. So we do have that like going for us, right? So yeah, I think I mean like, I like that.
I don't think we say we're on vacation though. I don't even know if vacation is a thing. People would be like,
I mean, we're
See,
celebrating.
"What's a
yeah,
vacation?"
we like it took out Tiamat. Now our like realm is at relative peace, and now we just wanted to seek out knowledge, seek out trading partners, right?
I feel like most people would be like, "What's vacation? You work until you can't work anymore, and then either your children take care of you or you die on the street."
Hey, but people in the ball would know what a vacation is. They are rich ass people, and
Yeah, we're
only
talking
rich
to a
ass
different.
people know what a vacation is, so they'll get it.
They'll understand. I was like, oh yes.
And Cathamil would know. Cathamil was rich, right? Hoke and Cathamil were like pretty like
It's
well
true.
off,
It's
right?
true. Although I don't know if you know, if you get on a boat for a month to go somewhere, how much of a vacation is that?
It's a month's worth.
Yeah, maybe we like boats.
We fought a lot. Also, like, we're gonna take. We did we win? We technically. What do we say? Are we technically well off? Like, I would think, relative to the rest of the area that we left.
You guys have a
So-
lot of gold each.
Yeah, we have a lot of gold.
And where is that gold, by the way? Like in the bag of holding?
Yeah, but it's
Not
like
all of
we're
it.
new
I don't
money,
think so.
you know?
Didn't we
We're
leave
not
some of it with the
the
keep?
established money, we're the new money.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure a bunch of your money is probably at the keep because you could technically only care about 5k gold or coins, not really just gold, in person without being burdened. And the bag of holding technically can, if it's only, I forget how many pounds, but I think we established
500.
like
Yeah,
types of
yeah.
coins.
Sorry, we're going on a tangent here, but I think we need to figure that out because like in my head, we had all of it.
Yeah,
in
you can't be
the-
carrying like
in the bag of holding.
25,000 coins with you each person. And bag of holding cannot hold like 500,000 coins.
Because our main vault, like in the party vault, has 132,995 gold. So I don't know where all of that is right now.
So at the maximum, I would say each of you can carry up to 5,000 coins in combination of different types of coins.
Okay.
But more than that is gonna be wieldy to carry. You'd be like bulging.
And how much can we put in the bag of holding by chance?
500 pounds worth.
500 pounds.
Currently, inside of it, there's not much because we emptied it out for a lot of things. There's a diamond. I have dragon spikes, a floral arrangement from way back before, the signet ring from Iskander, a small bag, and the Waterdeep promissory note, which was originally where we kept all our money at the Waterdeep bank. But
I still have money there too.
I think we would have transferred that over to our keep once we had to keep.
So I
100
think.
to 30.
So I'm just gonna do a quick quote Google. I'm just gonna take it to account. I don't know if it's official or not. 25,000 gold pieces, bag of holding. If it were empty, that's the maximum.
25,000.
25,000 coins. Yeah.
Okay, so if it converted that 132,000 to platinum, then we can all carry enough.
But if you use platinum, doesn't mean that people can use a platinum, because not a lot of people may have change and would not accept it.
Also, I don't think we have to be carrying all of our money with us all the time. I think that's not a good idea. Like, so I think we probably left a good amount of it at the keep. You know, because we were funding, we were building new stuff, we were working on reinforcements and defenses. So I think a lot of it's actually probably going to go into the upkeep of the keep right now, and also funding Wolfers's tribe, who is there currently.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta keep your money in different places when you're really rich, because a keep could burn down or be sacked. Some bank could go under. You gotta keep your money in all the different places.
Saphira, by the way, I
knows.
forgot to mention. It would cost Saphira for the orphanage about 35 gold pieces a year.
That's it?
Yep, that's it.
Holy shit.
For what?
To sponsor an orphanage in. Did you say Waterdeep or Baldur's Gate?
Baldur's Gate.
Baldur's Gate.
You
Yeah.
might just start a whole chain then.
Oh, that's so nice.
That's way cheaper than she was thinking.
Thinking. It's not not built up from the ground up. So you're sponsoring, you're assisting in paying for it. So they're established already. So it's just managing the salaries of, and they don't have a lot of staff. It's really just two old ladies assisting, and then there's a lot of orphans, etc. If you want to increase that, that's fine. But that's the base.
Expansion, baby. We're gonna be in the orphanage business.
It's not a business?
I was gonna say, is it a for-profit?
No, it is not. Eris is not getting her grubby little fingers to the management position on this.
Yes, I'm just saying.
You are also an orphan.
Yeah. And I learned how to fight. They should learn how to fight too. Inside of our orphanages. Are you tired of being out on the streets?
Wait, is Arish really an orphan? Is she really an orphan?
Well,
she is now.
Now she is technically. She's weird.
Aww.
Because who are her parents? She doesn't really have parents.
I was gonna say, so does that mean everybody becomes an orphan?
Isn't she a kid still, technically?
That's true. At some point, everyone becomes an orphan.
Yeah, at some point, everyone becomes an orphan.
Thanks for that. That's depressing.
Yeah, blue.
Or you die.
Or you die first.
Yeah. All right,
Max. Die. This is a great world.
Lovely.
It's very interesting that you guys are putting a bad definition on orphan, or a bad vibe on orphan. Maybe an orphan is good. Look at Alexander Hamilton.
I'm not putting a bad vibe on it. I'm saying it's nice to have some resources, so you don't have to go to bounty hunting when you don't want to.
Or they could if they wanted to.
As long as you have the choice, is what I'm saying.
We present them with the choice, and invariably some of them will join us.
Morg is an orphan, and I think I talked to Lucian about Morg having an orphanage as well. So maybe we could have a joint partnership between Saphira.
Yeah. That would be really cute.
All right. All that said,
That was it. tangent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I love these tangents. They're awesome. Okay, so gold. How much gold do we each have then in that case?
On my person, I have 443 platinum, and then a whole host of other smaller denominations, not totaling, what was it, 5,000 you said?
5,000 maximum per person.
Yeah,
for
there's
sure.
no way I've hit 1,000. Yeah.
Okay. But because I didn't add anything, so I'm gonna add
Just
some.
carry as much as you want. We can I'm not too strict about it. Just carry
Okay.
carry however much you think your character carries. You can retcon that
Valkos
and
can't
whatever.
carry anything.
I would, yeah. Definitely some of it is in the bag of holding if you guys just want to have it there for
It's
safety.
more for verisimilitude than mechanics right now, so it's up to you guys.
I don't
Okay,
know
yeah,
what that word means.
More
Look, if you could
believable. Just be
hold
grounded.
some-
Got it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you could hold some in the bag of holding for Valkos, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
We gotta
Yeah. Holy shit.
sweep it in. Cool. Okay. What was your original question, please?
Why are we here?
Which one?
Why are you?
Which one? Because
Which one?
the final
of
question.
I think it
Because
was,
again,
Why
I just
are we going to the ball?
I just want to make sure level set. Well, since we finally have everyone here again, just to level set and make sure everyone is aligned on your objectives and how you're achieving it, so that when we're actually in the scenes, we don't stop it and says, "Wait, I thought we were doing this," unless you actually want to say, "Actually, I want to do this now," type of thing. But at least going forward, before it, everyone is on the same page. And also decide the order of events. Is it the Sinner's Sanctum? Is it the temple? Is it the something else? And is it the gala? Which one should we then go towards?
So, if we go to the Sinner's Sanctum and we figure out that King Zeke is like doing something nefarious, it's gonna be real hard to hide that from him if we go to the ball or hide any information.
Yeah.
That's my only thought of going after, because we don't have no power here. We're on our own.
It seemed like we were going to the ball for information gathering purposes because we have no access to Zeke or the Blind Seer otherwise. And just to try and get as much information as we can, and for lack of a better phrase, vibe check. Just like what's going on at the sort of the royal level before we dive into, the Sinner Sanctum. And I think Saphira in particular is like, I don't know if we'll be able to get any information about the angels there, but like anything they can scrape up, because if we start causing problems, the Sinner Sanctum, that's who's going to come. So just getting some idea, maybe getting like a kind of good-ish reputation with Zeke or the nobility, so that if we do get in some sort of trouble, they maybe like us and wouldn't just straight execute us, stuff like that.
I mean, do they even execute in this kingdom? Oh yeah, some people actually saw something.
Yeah, we watched them
Yeah.
get
Also-
executed in front of.
Bad stuff.
Hey, one of these days could we gather and harvest?
If you want to spend a day doing that, that's up to you.
A whole day?
Oh, Eris has had a couple days while we were running around doing our shit.
That would. Oh, okay. I hope my dress gives me charisma bonus. Because I've been working on it so hard,
Yeah, Eric should get all the bonuses.
I won't be the only one talking, which is why it's important everyone knows their own backstory in terms of why they're here. Eris sincerely is just having a time with everyone.
So we're all set on this is a pleasure trip, but we all kind of have some side motives that we are willing to talk about, like
Yeah.
spreading bond, or in Cathamil's case, it's going to be exploring business opportunities and trading opportunities.
Yeah, because we are on a pleasure excursion, but also it's just we also have responsibilities, right? Everyone has responsibilities, so it's like an extended vacation kind of. So yeah, I mean, I think that is as good of a reason as any, I think.
All right.
I
Maybe
feel like it's also just true because, like, even before when we were thinking about leaving, we had so many options, and that freedom speaks to a certain type of leisure. I think, even though there is a threat, we had the choice.
should we perhaps also allude to, hey, we saved the world once, and having done that, we're kind of looking at all these places we haven't been. Like, we should have more visibility into all these places in case the world needs saving again.
Again, I don't think. If you do that, you're inviting someone to say, "Who the hell are you to come here?" White knighting, I think, is never a good thing, especially to an area that we don't really know. I think you should come with this place with humility. Like, I'm saying this after Eris had learned, like, oh, I know jack shit. I should shut up about things about this kingdom. If someone needs our help, they'll come to us.
I mean, nobody knows who we are, so they will not.
So I think we'll prove ourselves during the games.
Well, I think what you're saying makes sense. Although I do kind of think that there is an angle there where it's like, we're not here to save you. We're here to protect ourselves by knowing what's going on in other places we don't know about.
I like
That's
that.
fair.
Yeah.
I feel like they would ask then, what do you think of is a bad thing? Like, what do you think of as a threat?
That's like here specifically.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the purpose of exploration in general, is to figure that out.
You got to have an open mind about things that could be threatening.
Where? Everything could be threatening, yo.
I don't know. Yeah, no, I look. It sounds like we are, we have a consensus.
Okay.
I feel like if no one else has other things, I would want to have combed the city for more information so that we're more informed about the city and things that would be expected of our status going into the ball. Like, is there any way for us to...
How would you pose that question? How would
To
you pose that
Arn?
to Arn? I thought you were like just
Yeah.
in general. So you would talk
Well,
to Arn.
Arhan, I think, is our only kind of official window into that world sphere.
Okay.
So I would start with him and ask him, just like, where can we go to get more information about...
Is there a pre-party?
Yeah, sure.
Before
We go to a smaller party beforehand, make the mistakes early before the big party.
You would know that there is definitely no pre-party unless you create your own party. And hopefully that party is not as extravagant as the party that the Lord Zeke will be.
Yeah, we just gotta find someone who's having a house party and get invited, and then we can like get the customs of rich people here.
The castle party, everyone, meet for drinks before. We'll put that on the flyers next, instead of on the back side of the flyer for Temple of God. By the way, pre-party.
I like it. Sponsored by pre-party.
How much would it cost to sponsor a full day of drinking for people?
You would estimate that probably costs you maybe 10 gold.
Get
Depending
the
on
fuck out.
depending on the type of depending on the type of drinks. If you want to go cheap, you could probably get as easy as 50 silvers.
Wow, we are so rich. Holy crap.
Mm-hmm.
My
And,
perception
and
of
depending on the
money-
clientele, the who you're inviting and who actually shows up. Especially in a very kind of like a last minute party thing with not enough time to prepare.
What if? I don't know.
Well, what about where do the rich people hang out? Is there do they have coffee shops they like? You know, I don't know. Cafes.
Kathleen, would you also be with Echoes Aris? We were thinking that the reason why Aris wasn't helping you, Saphir Valakos, like you and Kathleen and Saphir were, Aris was actually in the luxury talking to Arhin and looking for clothes and getting prepared for the party. So that's where our Aris is getting this information from. You could technically also spend half your other day because you and Saphir already and Valakos already spent maybe a day and a half preparing for the reading and the flyers and all that. But I could allow you to maybe drop by there as well if you wish. But again, kind of like circumstances, you can't do everything. Not everyone can do everything at the same time. So just trying to assess where everyone is and what the priorities are.
Did we have a chance to ask at the luxury where the fancy people hang out in the city for fun?
If you would ask that, the question the answer would usually be varied. It really depends. Since after like with the coup, recently just ending a few months ago, there's really not a lot of parties, not a lot of excuses for parties because large gatherings are still being looked up with suspicion. Not people not doing. That's why this event, this festival, or this the Great Joy celebration that Zeke is doing is like the first very big event because it now opens up the society for like, oh, I think it's okay now to actually gather again without being, looked upon with suspicious eyes. Everything is now going towards the direction of normalcy. But recently, there hasn't been any parties. They've been very, very careful about that.
I mean, like, do the rich people take walks in the park? Is there a park? I don't know.
That happens. Yeah, you would see people at least trying to spend their time with friends, family, walking around recreationally. So yeah,
So no pre-party for sure.
Again, it just doesn't have to be very big, right? Or big enough that it would attract attention. And which is also the reason why when you were talking to, when Valakos and the rest were talking to the bookstore owner, he was kind of like, hey, what's this reading about? Because he was also trying to be cautious as well. What's the message? Why are people going to be listening to you? And what's this gathering about? So that's why he was asking all those questions. He had the feeling that, again, he was maybe not overly cautious, but definitely being cautious. Galon, I think that's his name. Yeah, Galon.
Jalon.
Yes.
I think Sarah said that last time. Yeah, Jalon.
Whew, I think I'm buzzed. Anyway.
So did I get any information about from Arhin?
Sorry, repeat what type of information were you looking for again?
I guess I'm looking for things that we should know entering that social sphere. Things that we should know that everyone knows that are common sense right now in the city. For example, the whole thing about not having gatherings because everyone's on steroids.
Yeah, so you would also learn that he would voice something similar. He would say specifically about the royal parties. Well, back then they were very not really mundane, but very blaze, you would say. You go in, you show up, your presence is noted, you're still nobility, you pay respects to the king and in the royal court. You maybe partake in eating, maybe socialize a little bit, get some news, and then you leave. However, with the Prince Zeke in power, um, it will be interesting according to Arhin because he doesn't know. He has heard rumors about if it were actually Jarek, it probably would be the same type of parties because I think the elder prince wasn't really into the whole party thing. It's more of like how are the people doing and etc. etc. Whereas the younger prince Zeke has always been more of what do you call this? Uh,
Gregarious?
Sorry?
Gregarious? Like hanging out with people? Like, was he the party boy?
So not necessarily a party boy per se. It's more of the optics, right? So whatever that means, but he's very more in tuned or prioritizes the optics of it all because he seems to have been of the two brothers more prideful than the other. One was more down to earth and reasonable. The other was not necessarily unreasonable, but more seems to value more about the perception of how people see each other than anything else. So that's why I think you also heard the rumors from Lady Telmir that he can come off a little bit more sensitive than his brother and more more sensitive in a way of like how people perceive him, especially with now still being young. There might be a question about, or people might be questioning, why is he in power? Is he the right person to rule, even though he is technically of the bloodline? But technically, the power struggle was within the bloodline anyway. Who's to say that he was the right person to appoint, right? So he would say just because this is the first ball that the prince is holding, just be careful about that and make sure that you don't offend him, and do you all practice your social graces and be mindful of that. He would actually say this to I would say that he would probably have imparted this in the beginning when he was giving out the invitations, especially to Katamil as well, because I believe he approached Katamil at the very end saying you'll be responsible for the party.
Remember that part?
You don't remember that part? He whispered, remember?
No, I remember. No, I do remember.
Oh, you don't remember? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Because I think you rolled the highest of all the demeanor of the party, and he thinks that you're the most normal one.
Are there places to go for, not in addition to ballroom lessons, class and demeanor lessons? Because I legitimately don't know how to eat at a formal dining set table. I don't know how to operate, so I feel like that if she already gave that information, or he already gave the information to everyone else, I think that's what I would be asking about during our time together.
I don't think anyone has asked that question, so if you're asking that during the days that you're alone with Arhin getting some consultation, Arhin would have slapped his forehead and he said, can I see the invitation I gave you again? Do you have it handy? And he grabs the scissors.
Oh, you run away.
Oh, no. Come back here, little halfling. I was just going to cut your hair a little bit, trim it here and there.
Run away. I'm out there. Damn it, come on.
Maybe we should, are there fancy restaurants in this?
In the rich areas of the neighborhood, you could probably see a couple of fancy restaurants. The fancy restaurants would probably start around 70 silvers to 1 gold a plate, and they're very small servings.
We need to go eat at a fancy restaurant, and Catherine.
I think what Saphira would do actually, I don't know what I said, is like go up to like her like the back of one of these and see if she could like flag down some, like one of the wait staff on break and be like, do you know where like you could get some like etiquette lessons or dance lessons for maybe a fancy party somewhere around here?
All right.
And,
That
you know,
would that
slip him a silver.
that should be easy enough, and you would get the information, Safira. So saying like, yeah, usually the lessons are taught to the nobility, the children of the nobility. So usually it's catered to, in our terms, elementary schoolers type of thing. Adults at that point, either they know it or they don't. Either they learn on the quote unquote job, or they don't really care because they have the money to just toss it and the problem goes away. But yeah, there are some places where you could probably hire the same teacher and just have a private lesson or so. How much you retain, that's up to you. But yeah, and gives you some references. That should be fine.
Right. Then Saphir will spend some time trying to find a private teacher we can hire for just basic stuff. Like, what's the basic thing we can learn in like a couple days so we won't make an idiot out of ourselves?
I would say maybe a couple of days, maybe an hour each or something like that. A lesson for etiquette and some basic steps of dancing and whatnot would probably cost you, let's say, 12 silvers each day or per day. And you all will have some basic knowledge of etiquette in a formal setting, Selena culture, and also kind of like the local dances, court dances, and waltzing and stuff like that. So yeah, all right.
Cool.
So
nice. Saphir feels so accomplished.
so now yeah, so the party spends maybe again a couple of hours for 2 days spent on that, and then you retain some information, basic information on that. Okay.
Cool.
Good
So Sophia's
preparation.
on a roll, like finding the glass shops, and now finding us like a tutor and all. Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah,
Cities are my place. I'm
Pretty
much
cool.
more useful than that or the grasslands. Like, I have very specific areas I'm good at doing things in. Everything else you're on your own.
So if you find a grassy urban location, wow, Safira
I'll
would be the queen.
Unstoppable. That's where I need to. That's where I need to settle. Just turn our keep into a grassy urban area, and I'm good.
All right. Okay. Cool. Good plan. Good plan, because there was a check against that.
Is Valakos' book talk happening soon?
You guys, I think if it were a Monday and we did a day, I think it was on a Wednesday. It was planned or something like that. A day after you send out the flyers.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess my question is just: are we doing anything in between other than our etiquette lessons and giving Arhem our information for our looks for the ball?
So and we could definitely summarize. We don't have to go into details of each and every day. I'm just trying to make sure that I'm just mediating as far as like, can you all fit that before the party? I would even say at this point, because you all did the trouble of actually assisting Valakos, before the party, you would be successful to get at least some rudimentary followers to kind of like just examine Gone and whatever. So you would be successful, let's say if the party was on Saturday, around Friday, to kind of like establish at least a sanctuary, and you can have your place there, right? So we'll just automatically do that. You won't fail to do that because you did all the hard work already with the party. Okay.
Awesome.
Anything else in between? Yeah. Anything else in between? I would also say that if the party is in Saturday evening, if anyone wants to do the final consultation and preparation in the luxury, it would be happening in that morning, the morning of Saturday. Like anyone wants to use that resource for like haircuts, preparation, dress, last minute hemming of dresses and things like that. But then
Kira's gonna sleep as long as she can and then go.
Yep. So Friday would be, let's say, the commemorative blessing of the small shrine of Gond with the small followers. Valakos, you could prepare for that if you want to go into more details. You could do so, and then right after that, Saphira was just like, I'm gonna get ready for the party. I'm just gonna go sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But prior
Can
to
I-
that, yeah, yeah.
Go first. Go first.
No, I was gonna go on a
My
tangent. So go
question
ahead.
is for later.
Oh. Yeah, because my other question would be, so with all those successes already there, I'm just again examining if you guys, if the party wants to do anything extra, any other place you want to investigate or ask questions about, or is the trajectory really again just focusing on the party?
Is it possible to get the names of any like high status figures other than Zeke and
Arhin would be very, very, very not open to sharing any names.
got it.
That would be one of the only things that he would not be sharing.
Fear just wants to like solidify the gift stuff, just to
Okay.
make sure we have everything. Because she was gonna kind of, Malcolm talked about like making it like a whole presentation with like the scales and the horn, and like Sarah, the player does not remember some of the details about this. I was like, wondering if people can help me remember. Because like literally, I'm like typing up a little speech.
Nice.
So it's like I don't remember where Arathithor was. Like, how old was he? Like, did he kill any important people we could bring up? Like, just anything that sounds impressive. I'm like, I literally don't remember. There was like we killed a bunch of kobolds and trolls, right, or something like that.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it was only genocide, right?
I mean, that is something this paladins would love, right?
Just Aris would also remember that the paladins of the Holy Shield fought against King Jarek, against Prince Jarek in the coup. The paladins of the royal court was under King Frederick and Lord Shield Melandric. They were on the bad side.
You're on the bad side. Okay.
So, where are we currently? The people who are in charge here are
Or on the other
Yeah.
side, because Jarek's side was against the king.
okay.
Right? So supposedly the corruption was under the king, and the paladins served the king. So King Jarek, along with that's why he asked the mercenaries of the border kingdoms to assist him, and some of the citizens who were not royalists overthrow the king. But he died in the process, and then his younger brother took over the throne instead. So the rebellion, basically killed the royal paladins.
Okay.
Which is why
Oh, yeah.
a lot of other religions are now allowed in the city of Selena. Because they are now a little bit more tolerant, because they're not, being the jurisdiction of the paladins aren't as strict now. Whether or not there may still be paladins, but the majority of the paladins were serving the king. So you would know that though. It's a complicated thing, turn of events in Selena. Even I have a hard time making sure that I have all the lines straight.
But I think for Saphira's speech, right, it would still, like, no matter if we are trying to placate or, impress the paladins, like, there'll be mercenaries there, right? They
Right.
should be impressed by, the
That's why I'm
taking down
asking if anyone remembers the detail.
So okay, so I do know he was known as a White Death. He was a big scourge in the north. Like the Sea of Moving Ice is where he lived, or where his lair was.
Oyavigaton.
What is it?
Yeah, that's the name of the place. Okay, or that iceberg was it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or something? Yeah.
It's
yeah,
called
yeah. Okay.
Oyavigaton is it means Island of Eternity.
Island of Eternity.
It's under the sea of it's around the sea of moving ice that Orathor ruled over.
Um,
See, if I use this memory when I was in high school for history, I'm pretty sure I would have done better. But it's more interesting if it's not related to the test.
I know, right?
Anyone know how old he was?
He was ancient.
Like, was he really ancient?
we killed an ancient dragon.
Yeah.
Holy
Yeah.
shit! How did we do that?
Are you sure?
Yes, because it was the first dragon the DM used.
It better be an ancient. Okay. Ancient. Wow.
It's an
So the
ancient
dragon
white
was-
dragon.
Inebriated at the time somehow.
Yeah, he he lost his touch because he hasn't been fighting for quite a while. He was just stuck in his cave. He forgot what he forgot his spells and his lair actions.
He was like the dragon in the D&D movie.
Oh.
No, actually, I was telling Shoab, the dragon in the D&D movie, I believe, is an official dragon in the Underdark. It's an Easter egg. Yeah, if we played out of the abyss, I think he would have met the dragon.
Wait, but
Oh
is it
my
actually
gosh.
obese?
Yeah,
Like that?
yeah, he's a fat red
Oh,
dragon.
no way.
He's a legendary
That's
fat dragon.
insane.
That scene was
Oh my
hilarious.
gosh. So I feel like the Arathor is a similar kind of. He's legendary, but he got legendarily tired, old.
There you go. Yeah, his name, if it was the right dragon, is Tembershoud. Tembershoud was visibly overweight. He has the scales of red as lava and bright yellow eyes. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, so he is an official D&D dragon. He is a named dragon in the abyss. Not in the abyss, sorry, in the Underdark. Anything else?
One quick thing. I'll probably do this later, but I just wanted to bring it up to you, Lucian, is that I wanted to see if Valakos could cast a hallow, s- uh, or do like a hallow ritual to cast that spell within the shrine. But I know there's not enough time because it needs a full 24 hours of ritual casting. But maybe after the ball, I want to see if I can, if you have time, or if you have time before the ball, I would love to see if I could do that. So I'll just put it on the thing.
Yeah, what is that?
It's pretty neat. I'm not gonna cast it.
I would allow you to do so. Like, let's say the Thursday. In preparation for the official opening of the shrine, you hollow the ground first if you want to do it that way, and then you conducted the ceremony. Because I don't think there's a requirement
Yeah.
for hollow to be like in a sacred ground. You can do it anywhere, right?
Yeah. Like I can do it anywhere as
Yeah.
long as like I concentrate.
And
I mean,
you
I
just use
spend
24 hours, yeah, to do that. So you would be tired, but that's totally fine. It was a Thursdays before the ball and before the ceremony.
Before, yeah.
and- yeah. So yeah, I'll allow you to do that. Are you going to restrict any particular? I think you can restrict particular beings, right, or something.
Yeah, so firstly, automatically celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead can't enter the area. So
Oh,
that's
okay.
like a given. Uh, and then it has more of mechanics to it as to frightened, or if anyone is charmed, frightened, or possessed by any of those creature types, then that just goes away, like dispels it, like essentially if they enter within the hallowed area. And then secondly, I can choose to bind an extra effect, and that is what I want to do. So what I wanted to do was I wanted, at least to start with, because where's that silence?
Oh yes, it sounds powerful. So let me just double check something. Oh yeah, okay, so it does. So you just have to pay a 1,000 gold
1,000
pieces.
gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, herbs, oils, and incense worth at least
Yeah.
1,000 gold. Yeah, and that is the reason I was asking for the money was because I wanted to spend.
Okay.
Uh,
And yeah, and it lasts as long as you don't dispel it. So that
yeah,
shrine is
and
yours.
Wow.
yeah, and for the extra effect, I wanted to check with the party, and I think even as we are working on the temple, I would confer with them to ask which of these extra effects do you think would benefit the temple. And think about it this way: this would be a place where we would recall to, we'd teleport to, right? So I put the now out of character. I put the description of it in the chat. In the
Yeah.
second half of it, it lists all of the extra effects that I could add. So I can add one of these. So which one do you think would be the most beneficial?
Wait, where are they listed?
On the chat.
So in the chat,
Oh, okay. I was
so the
I was in
howl.
the Discord chat.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, like in the website chat. So the second half has a list of those. Courage, darkness, daylight, and all of those. Courage, I was thinking maybe not because it already dispels that if anyone
Hmm.
is frightened. And darkness, I don't think we need darkness for sure. So no darkness.
Unless you want to conduct your ceremony the day after dark, it's like
No,
moonlight.
no, we're not necromancers.
Wait, show up with which chat?
The
So in the
Fighty.
tabletop chat,
Yeah,
the
Foundry. Chat.
Foundry chat. What did I say?
Okay.
Tabletop, yeah, Foundry.
That's what I'm seeing.
Yeah. So the second
Everlasting,
half has a list of those. Yeah. Sorry, Jeff. Go on.
everlasting rest. That doesn't mean that undead can't enter.
It just means that you
Yeah.
can't raise a dead into undead while they're
Got it.
while they're in the area.
Yeah.
Which also, I just want to check a thing. Does anything happen to Eris when she enters the Hallow?
No,
Oh shit.
Okay, just making sure.
no,
Because I don't
because
really
I
know
didn't
the
have
true
enough time to
nature.
think about it, so I'll just say no.
Okay, all right.
I feel like the ones that seem they'd be most I feel like I'm either leaning towards energy protection or extra dimensional interference.
Does that mean we can't? No, that's affected creatures.
Not affected creature, so I can choose who
Yeah.
to. Yeah.
So that can prevent
So-
people from chasing after us, right?
Mm.
Into the.
Or silence. That could also
Wait,
But then we
affected creatures can't move or travel using teleportation or by extra
I
dimensional.
think it's to and from, so they can teleport into it or out of it,
Ooh.
or they can't
Okay.
use dimensional pathways to go in or out of the area.
Okay.
So if this was an escape, we could. I don't know. Is it possible for a person to chase after us if we escape?
You do not have the arcane knowledge to know that.
No.
Well, in that case, I feel like would that prevent that? Even if I don't know, if it's possible, would this just say, "Never mind, it's not possible at all"? Because I feel like the other ones, protection and vulnerability, that's if we're gearing up for a fight in that space.
Within,
But
yeah. Which
I feel like
I'm hoping not.
exactly if we fuck up and we have to escape, I think we're gonna try and get out of the city.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
So I feel like we need a head start on the getting out. So I'm thinking extra dimensional interference.
All right. All right. Jeff. Sorry. Sarah and Jeff. Sarah and Max.
yeah, I'm down for that.
Okay.
And affected creatures like you can choose who. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm not in front of Foundry right now, so I haven't.
I just want to clarify, like, affected creatures means you can choose.
Yeah, I'm gonna check.
I just want to
Second-
make sure the clasp of gating can still work in this place. Is my one question.
The cleric can decide who gets affected or not, either generally or specifically, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the creature cannot do it. They still have to roll an ability check. They can technically
Yes.
resist
It's a
it.
charisma save.
Yeah.
So each time they start their turn in there, they have to make a charisma saving throw. On a success, the creature ignores the extra effect until it leaves the area. Okay, so it's not like a done deal. So
Yep.
it's yeah.
There's a chance
But
that
it still make
they
it
will not be
hard.
affected. Yeah.
But things like energy protection and vulnerability, that one, it's like if I give it to us, then we can choose to fail it, right? So that it like affects us, and we are like resistant, or we become resistant, right? So essentially, affected creatures in the area for energy protection, uh, affected creatures in the area have resistance to one damage, right? So you wouldn't like fight that, right? So you would pass that check anyway, right? Oh, sorry, I'm just confusing. Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
So I
no,
can
it's
choose
good.
who will get it. But yeah, I like the extra dimensional like interference. So we'll go with that. Okay, done. 1,000 gold. You will remove it from the vault.
Make note of that to
1,000 gold.
remind me in case I forget. Listen, if I forget, the if anyone actually enters it, they may also they will not know. So that's perfect for me.
All right, just removed 1,000 gold from the party vault, and I'll make a note of that in my notes. Hallow spell cast in the shrine. And so I'm gonna call it the Shrine of Gond,
Okay.
comma, um, Selena chapter.
Oh, nice.
And
And
when we like dedicate it as part of the Hallow, if because thinking about it, I forgot to mention earlier, if maybe we could get like a stone, a plaque or something, which will have that, Shrine of Gond, Selena chapter, High Seeker, uh, Valakos, and then a Seeker, a Saphira, Seeker, Eris, Seeker, Cathamel. So I would make them honorary Seekers.
Wow.
they're just giving out titles now. Okay. That's totally fine. I mean,
I'm
you're just putting the title in front of her name. That's fine.
yes.
Okay.
Founding
See,
members.
we are seekers of knowledge. We're just seekers of different kinds of knowledge.
Okay.
Exactly. And then that whole established, and then the year and the day, and then I'm assuming like Eris would put some imprints or something on it before like it dries or stuff.
100%.
So like it'll be pretty funny. But yeah, like I'll put that plaque on as well.
I'll
Like
put
at the
my
entrance.
my great sword imprint on it. No, I
You
won't.
don't have don't you?
Don't I
Oh
have
yeah,
a
you have a
great sword?
sword. I thought you beat. Oh, you're not a monk. I forgot.
I'm a great sword. I wouldn't do that. I don't want it to be the lasting impression. I'm gonna do like a thumbs up. Is what I put.
All right. All right. Anything else?
Did anyone come to the reading?
I was gonna
Or
say,
just-
like, I mean, it was already successful, blah blah blah. So we don't have to go into details on that. So people would, you know what? Did all four of you? I know Valkos would at least be there. Well, I mean, he's required. He's the at minimum. He's supposed to be there. The other three of you, however, will you be in the reading or will you be doing something else? Because that would be some opportunity to do other things as well. Yeah,
Iris would be there.
Iris will be there.
Sophia wanted to come.
So okay,
Aw,
Catherine.
thank-
I feel like she'd be there.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. So all three of you, not Valakos, because he's busy reading. Can you roll perception checks for me, please?
Ooh.
Do the angels pay us a visit? Wow.
Wow.
Hmm. Saphira, you would glance around the area. It's actually a pretty good number. That it didn't. The bookstore isn't overflowing, but enough people started with enough people already there, and then a lot of other people while walking down the streets would hear this tiefling talking, and just by the fact that Valakos is a tiefling alone caused pause, and people would actually see what is this thing doing talking here, and actually ended up listening. So you were eyeing the crowd closely, and yeah, actually it's a very respectable number, which is at the end. That's why when it came to the actual ceremony, you weren't surprised that there were actually enough people that not necessarily converts, but were very interested in just learning more about what is this knowledge, what are these inventions, and what type of crafts are being told here. Because most of the people who eventually attended the actual ceremony were actually carpenters or people of crafts, right? And they're just seeing like what is out there, what other things have the new people are bringing, what other information, something else that we can learn. Cathemil and Aris, however, you would actually, aside from that, you would also do notice that in the middle of the speech, you would see atop the opposite buildings two figures cloaked in black with dark wings, perched, sitting down actually, and one sitting down and then the other one leaning on a pillar on the second and third stories of the building across, would be looking intently at the tiefling talking, just quietly there. And not many people seem to have noticed it. And again, if you weren't really paying too much attention, you probably would not have noticed them. But sure enough, you did, however. They were not visible or not, openly visible. They were attempting to be hidden. But you would have noticed them in the shadows. They were kind of far away, but their wings are kind of like telltale. They're not regular. Plus, they're on the second floor, by the way. The second and third floor outdoors, so it was definitely suspicious.
Did they leave right after Velikos finished speaking?
No, they left before he finished speaking. They were just there for a
Okay.
few minutes. They didn't sit through the whole thing. They just looked in, maybe gathered some, trying to get an idea of what was being spoken, and then once they were satisfied, left.
Okay.
How far away were they?
Maybe 40, 50 feet away or so, on the other side, kind of slightly hidden.
Okay.
But within earshot, because Falcos was talking out loud.
Oh, within earshot for a normal person.
Yeah.
Okay. Were there places they could have alighted that were further away, out of earshot for a normal person, that they chose not to do?
I mean, you could garner enough that they were trying to listen in. So yeah, potentially they could have gone farther and can still see, but they wanted to hear.
I'm wondering if they have extra normal sensory.
Oh, no, you
hearing
don't know that.
perception.
Yeah, you wouldn't know that. You just know where they are, and from where they are, they could technically hear.
What's their AC, Blue? Okay.
Well, we've got all these legends of the blessed angels can hear everything and see everything, right? And
Right.
if they have to sit on a building nearby to listen, then maybe they can't hear everything.
Maybe it's just the most comfortable spot.
Maybe
you don't know. Yeah, exactly.
maybe a spot that they can just act quickly if they want to do something.
Well, what's interesting, actually, let's see here. No, this Arish, you rolled dirty 20. What's interesting is that when they left, they didn't actually flap their wings. They
What?
teleported.
Oh.
All right, then it's good we prepared that extra dimension. Oh yeah.
There it is. There it is.
Why? They're angels. Come on, guys. Why is Sophia shaking her head?
They're up to something. I don't like it.
Wow.
Up to no good.
People are just judging from how things look. How sad is that? What type of world are we living in if people are just judging everyone like the cover of a book?
We're living in reality, Blue.
All right. Anything else in between? So yeah, that was it was eventful. Valkos, you were satisfied. People were asking questions. People were asking philosophical questions again, like how does combining things or coming up with new inventions a reflection of a religion? You know, how does God discern what a good invention versus a bad invention is, and if you do something like a bad invention, do you get punished by God? Things like that. So you know, some questions arise, and they were just interesting. Like, why are we being judged if we were just thinking of new things? You know, are we being judged? How does that work?
And I'm sure Valko's answered beautifully.
Oh, I don't know. I'll let you decide. But I'm just planting seeds in your head of how your religion works, because you decide. You decide on how to answer that.
Can I roll to see how he would answer it?
If you think a rolling will give you an answer, up to you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Because I have no answer, but I just want to see how he
Sure.
does.
Sure. Go religion. Roll religion,
Religion.
and then you decide if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
Oh.
Yeah. That's a good thing.
You satisfied? Yeah. He seems to answer all those questions pretty convincingly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Somehow.
Even the player is convinced. You know? Oh, okay. I like this.
Good
guy.
job.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's more like, were you satisfied with the knowledge that you know? Or even a bad invention, you learn something through it. And that is all what God is asking you to do. Learn.
Yeah. Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, what he said.
Yep. Just what he said.
All right, guys. Anything else? We're getting closer and closer. We're filling out the gaps. And one by one, the gaps are disappearing. But you're approaching a particular point where we can only move forward.
Was there any time to gather and harvest?
I allow your roll, Aris. Go ahead. Do a pull.
Why? I just did normal and then it. Oh, and I guess nothing happened?
I don't know. Check your inventory. It could be under loot.
I still have to do a perception check. Okay.
Actually, I don't even know how the module works anymore.
Oh, I got something. I got a Pixie's parasol. Yay! There's one more pull.
Yeah, but you only get one.
Is a Pixie's parasol like a type of mushroom or something?
It sure is. How do you know?
Wait, why do I have this asking me to do a wisdom check? Why do I have a prompt for a wisdom check?
I don't know.
I didn't hit anything else.
Uh-huh.
You're probably just ignorant. Unless you know, some blessed angels is asking you to roll, and you're like, I'm not touching the keyboard. It's divine intervention.
Oh, of all the times.
I totally did not want to talk during the ball. I feel like I'm just gonna fuck shit up. I feel like I should have a dress that has a mask over my mouth.
Are you Nezuko?
Yes, I'm gonna Nezuko for this
You're
ball.
not bad at talking, just don't talk about fucking Colt.
I don't know. I said some pretty stupid shit. Ugh.
Look, I'm preparing some spells that could help our interactions. Like I have a calm emotions.
Okay. Valakos. One. I think actually this is not just for Valakos. For every caster that we have here, I will remind you, especially Valakos, because you should have learned this lesson. When you're in the court, be careful what you cast if you want to cast something.
I remember he had a very embarrassing moment.
Any type of casting, because they would not know what you're casting, will be looked at as a hostile casting, hostile magic being cast.
That sucks.
So while you can prepare it, and I'm not saying you cannot cast spells, I'm just saying be careful, and you do not have subtle casting.
True, yeah, that's true. I don't. Yeah, it's all verbal and somatic. God damn it! It's like
My question then is my bolstering magic something that can be seen? Because it seems like it's an innate ability.
If it's an innate ability, I think you just will it, unless it actually
Yeah.
says otherwise.
Because it doesn't have any of those like
Yeah, but
somatic.
on the description, kind of like the paladin's divine sense, it says you smell. So I was just like sniffing would be like the thing. So whatever is normal. If it doesn't even describe that, then I would say it's just innate.
Yeah, this one says as an action you can touch a creature, which can be
So
yourself.
that would be your action. So you have to touch someone at least, and maybe touch something, and then something happens, right? So
Okay.
so be careful who you touch, Aris, and be careful if you touch yourself in a party in public.
My no square. But yeah, I just want to make sure that it would not be. Everyone else has seen me do bolstering magic or say that I'm about to do it. Does it look like a thing to them?
I think I hold on. Let me just read about it real quick.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't do it if it's very obvious, you know?
No, I wouldn't say it doesn't. I don't think it actually has any visual effect per se, aside from just the touching and then the person you're channeling to. You probably have to kind of like slightly channel very quickly, like the what you're doing, and then they just feel it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, I think it would be more of that. Okay. Cool. Anything else? Nothing. All right. So, is it the ball? Nothing else? You're leaving everything else, and you're gonna be starting with the ball.
Is there anything we could do to prepare? I cannot think of anything else. I don't want to do this. I am so scared. I am bad at social engagement.
We have taken etiquette lessons, which includes dancing lessons.
You have at
can't
least
get
the
any more
basics.
names?
Yeah.
Basics. We have our fancy outfits and our hair and makeup all worked out.
All four of you would have gone to the deluxery, set out an appointment the day of the ball, get prepared, spend some hours there, have whatever makeup, dress, headdress, however you want to describe your characters. Added some additional flair. Actually, you know what? You all would just probably pay an additional 7 to 10 gold, up to you, or more if you wish. At least 7 gold to kind of like for the whole preparations. If you bought a dress, that would be an additional 5 gold at least dress. Things like that, and accessories. If you want to, be very specific, we can just call out a number, but it won't. All in all, it's probably at an average between 10 golds per person. However you want to describe your character in that ball, and you can describe it when we get there.
Cool.
Okay.
One thing that
Okay.
One thing that we probably should double check is who's giving what to the king, and do you know what you're saying? Pierre's gonna give the dragon scales and give the whole Arathithor spiel. Who else is doing what?
Look, I'm gonna give the kaleidoscope.
You call it
Thingy.
Zix Luminescence.
Zeke's names. Yes, thank you.
You're the one who gave the name. You should write it down.
I mean, I'm sure I have it in the notes, but
Oh yeah, what was our gifts? We like spent time finding gifts, so we have that. What were the other three?
Well, didn't Cathamil like commission a glass weapon to be made?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say what kind?
That sounds like something I might have done.
Okay.
I remember you said you'd do it.
Describe the weapon.
Oh.
What were your vision there?
So the blade has a scalloped appearance to it. So it's sort of like serrations, but like an inch or so in between. So it's like
What what
scallops.
what style of sword is it? Because if you said scallop and like a scallop shape, is it like a scimitar type of thing, or is it
No, it's a straight sword,
it's a
like
straight sword?
a
Okay.
kind of like maybe glass. So it's maybe not too long. It's like a short sword.
Okay.
It's a straight blade. The overall shape
Yep.
of the blade is
Just
straight.
serrated. Okay, got it. Yep.
The edge has a serrated appearance
Mhm.
because of scallops
Okay.
of, and the scallops are all have this very very perfect uh, shape to them and sharp edges, right? So it doesn't look like it's blown glass. It looks like it's been kind of chipped around to scalloped shapes, and so it has kind of the overall shape is straight, but it has this kind of serrated edge profile, and then those serrations sort of follow up to the spine of the blade, which has sort of a zigzag down the middle following the serrations on both sides.
Okay. And the glass is just the blade. How about the hilt and the scap and the pommel? Pommel.
Yeah, so I think the hilt is metal, and
And
I
what
think
color is the blade, or is it multiple colors? Because that would also define how complex it could be.
the blade is a gradient from red down near the hilt to clear at the tip. So like a deep red hilt and then gradient out to clear at the tip.
Okay.
Um, and the pommel or the handle and the pommel are the glass blade extends through the handle, but then it's wrapped in cord around the handle. There's a metal pommel set on the back.
Is the blade actually bladed glass or
What do
like
you mean by
sharp?
blade?
Like sharp
It is,
or
it is sharp, yes.
this is a complicated blade you're trying to do in a couple of days. Especially made of glass when a regular blade usually takes about a week to create, sir.
Well,
So
you said describe, and I'm describing.
yeah. And that's the reason why I want to know. Kind of like we need a balance here, right? Especially the gradient, because you want to make sure that the gradient, along with the zigzag pattern and the scallop shape, is perfectly cut in glass. That's a lot to ask for an artisan to work. I mean, it's possible to do. I'm just not sure if you can do that in less than a week.
All right. Well, you tell me what the artisan says. What are they able to do?
So I would say that given all the specs, the straight, it's easier to cut a straight a glass to keep the sorry, to start with a gradient glass, or to start with a glass and put the color in it while they're blowing it and forming the shape. Easy enough. The shaping of the scallop serrations, along with creating the zigzag patterns to be very straight and accurate, while they can do that, they would probably say that they would not do it this week because that would give them a bad name. They don't think they're not confident that they can do it and put their name on it, right? If you want it simple, it could be without the serration. A gradient blade with a zigzag pattern is fine, or any pattern really. Or if you want an inscription on the blade, it would be fine. Sharpening glass, although it is possible, it does add a risk of, because it's gradient, they've added some what do you call this, ink in it, does make the glass a little bit brittle, right? So they can try sharpening it, but it's a risk that it can create some cracks in it as well, which is totally fine if you want to do that. It does add character, but it will never be used as a weapon if that's the intent. They don't know what your intent is.
It will not be.
Right.
It's not intended to be a practical
Sure,
weapon,
but they would say that, right, just to like cover their CYA in their case, right, because they don't know what you're gonna be using this for. The hilt would be totally fine. They can commission or buy a hilt from the blacksmiths if you're not too concerned about what it looks like or the form. They can get any metal and then just clasp it against the glass itself. And balancing the sword, probably not too difficult either because since you're gonna be wrapping it, they can just make the glass blow something heavier at the end of the glass to actually make it balance if you are intending to swing the sword. So technically, the biggest piece that they would see would add complication in the week is the actual creation of the serration, the equidistant serration that balances along with the design of the zigzag pattern on both ends of the sword. If you just want a simple design of a straight edge with a gradient light, a gradient color, among it with inscription, that's what they can guarantee.
Can they do the scalloped edges if we just go with a clear blade instead of the gradient?
That would actually help, yes.
All right, let's do that.
You want to do that? Okay. So go ahead and let's see here. Oh, we don't have luck. You know what? I'm just gonna do a luck roll here. Just go ahead and just give me a d20 roll, Max. Just a straight d20 roll. Unless you want me to roll for you, I can also do
Why
that.
don't you roll for me? I'm away from the computer.
Okay.
What if I rolled?
Oh, you rolled a 4.
Oh.
The best they can do was a dagger.
All right, we'll go with a dagger then.
Actually, you know what? Because it came from the artisan, the dagger does look pretty nice.
All right.
It's a scallop dagger. Fine blade made of glass. Probably won't be good against against a fight, but hey, it's a thought.
Looks pretty.
Can they make a display, like a wooden display stand for this?
Sure, but they won't be able to do that. You have to go to the another artisan for woodworking, which would be easy enough to find. So we won't have to roll for that. There's a dime a dozen if it's just for a holder for it.
All right.
Okay. All in all, that would have cost you, including materials, probably 5 gold.
Okay.
All right. So Valakos, you have your gift. Katamil, you have your gift. Saphira, you have your gift and your notes. And Aris, you have your gift.
I'm guessing I'm giving Orathar's horn.
The drinking horn.
The drinking horn. Oh, wait, it's a drinking horn. Drinking horn made from his horn, I guess.
No, it's not
Wait,
from
yeah,
his. It's called an ivory drinking horn. It was found amongst his hoard. And from what I remember, from my notes, it's very intricate and it's like large, like a horn, like almost. I mean, like, I don't know how big, but like I wrote down, it's intricate and large. So possibly maybe some tusk of something.
Did we identify it to see if it's like special and magical? Can we identify it first before we give away something that could be really good?
Actually, you're right. I don't think we identified this.
Oh my god.
Okay, I can't identify on it. Like a day before the thing. You know,
hopefully more than a day before.
Also,
more than hopefully.
I did message you, Blue, to say what I wanted if this was not my gift, because I wasn't part of the gift discussion. I feel like what I would have wanted to do was try to find a young artisan who's like almost like rebellious in his cohort, I guess, and try and give him a chance to create something that he thought would be befitting of a king.
I thought you were going to say, and kidnap him and give him to the king.
Yes, I'm gonna do a. Did anyone see the Christmas special for Guardians?
No.
Oh, no, not the Christmas special, no. But I saw Guardians Part 3. I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
You should watch the first one.
Yeah.
Christmas special does add a little bit extra to Guardians 3, yeah. But anyway, there is a kidnapping inside of Christmas special. That's why I was referencing it. Anyway, First, let's see what the identify says, and if not, then we can maybe revisit that conversation, Blue, that I started.
Okay. So Ovalakos cast identify the day of the party.
No, not the day of.
or whenever. Let's see here.
We
How
should
long
be like,
have we had this? You never.
I know. Why did
Watch
we
it has
ever?
some. Watch it has some groundbreaking thing we could have done during the battle too. Like a,
Immediately takes out Tiamat.
yeah.
Let
Yeah,
It
me-
is
call
the
for-
dragon mythal.
Yeah.
Where did it go?
So what I have is it's called Ivory Drinking Horn.
Yeah. Wait. I did that.
Oh my
It
god.
didn't go.
I just think it's funny that we haven't identified this. I didn't even know we had it. Whose inventory was this in?
Look, it wasn't mine, but I think I got it from someone. I want to say maybe Bernhardt, maybe, but I could be wrong.
Oh.
Again. Didn't. I guess I did this and I did this. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Sorry, it's not going to your inventory for some reason.
It needs to go to your inventory.
What?
Why
Oh
is
my
it
god.
not- Oh, sure. Hold on, let me close all my windows.
Malakos are gonna feel so dumb right now. He's like, oh my god, I've had this forever. And now we're
Okay, I'm going
noticing.
to remove that horn, Valakos, from your inventory because I don't think it's allowing me to put it in because it's there.
Ah, okay.
So I'm removing it, and then I'm
Oh my
adding
god.
it.
Then it's most likely some magical item because it can't just oh shit, no. No.
There you
I
go.
can't believe
Is
we're
it there?
about to give it away.
Does it show up?
Holy smoke, let's see. Horn.
What?
Look, I'm gonna put it in the chat for everybody.
You don't want to say it out loud.
Oh!
Oh my god, we never use it.
Holy shit!
That's pretty powerful. Oh my.
Oh my
Oh
god!
my god, the explosion deals 10d6 fire damage.
If it explodes, if the horn.
Oh, but more importantly, we don't know the command word. Do we?
I think that's part of identify.
Yeah, you would know it. Yeah,
Oh,
Valakos
okay.
you can come up with whatever your command word would be for this.
20% chance of taking 10d6 fire damage.
It's basically roll a 1. Oh, sorry, no, 1 to 5, or 1 to 4.
Yeah.
1 to 4 on a d20, or 1d100, sure, whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah, Zeke, please use this horn. Oh man.
Okay.
Now
To be fair, if I were in the conversation, I totally would have asked, "What is this thing?" Because Iris would be interested. Because it looks like I could use it as a weapon.
yeah.
Yeah.
You can.
Can we roll
And
back
now-
time?
No,
Oh,
it was just something that Valakos just decided to somehow, put in the his inventory. And now that you're looking for a
drank from
gift,
it
decided
once.
to like, hey, we have this intricate horn. I'm just curious. I'm just gonna cast identify, and you found it. It's all good.
Oh my god. No, no, it's good, but oh my god, it's like, a few things. We were about to give it up. And secondly, we could have used this. Like, that's pretty powerful, even though it could have hurt us. But yeah, okay, cool. So what do you guys want to do with it?
You need to visit the glass artisans and buy something else.
Can we?
You
Can
can get an acceptable gift for 5 gold. This thing is worth way more.
is way more than 5 gold? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
My God.
Also, the
Yeah.
extra damage against the glass things.
There goes all your there goes your your glass weapon.
Yeah. Imagine if we gave it to Zeke and then Zeke was like, "Oh, let me try it."
And then it blows up in his face and we murder a king.
Yeah.
Murder a king, and then shatter all of the gifts and like all of the stained glass windows and everything.
Wow.
Terrorists.
We
Were you
could
just sitting on this blue, like waiting for it to possibly happen during the?
you had that. You had the horn since forever. I mean, no,
Does anybody have things to modify D100 rolls?
No, I don't think so.
You know of any abilities to do that?
What-
It would be really.
What's this meta talk? You don't know what D100. You don't know about this 20% happening. You
It's
can't
like
control. You
even
have.
identifying it, you know it might explode. There's a low chance it might explode.
but
So
you
you'd be
don't know the
looking for a way to
20%.
mitigate. Right, so you'd be looking for a way to mitigate any possible explosion
It'd
chance.
be really funny to give this to someone with the intent of making them blow it and then modify the chances so it explodes on them.
That would be pretty crazy. Yeah.
Although you do lose the horn, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But yeah, could I have thrown in my bid to find an artisan such as the one I described?
You could, but depending on what you're gonna be asking them. I mean, it's it's a very subjective criteria.
Right. Well, first, is it possible for me to find that person?
I mean, again, whether or not they fit the exact criteria is going to be depending on who was asked, and whether or not they would actually someone would even come to mind. It's not a one-day thing. I mean, the answer for one day could potentially be I don't know anyone, and then if someone says yeah they could, it also depends on what you're going to be asking them for to do, and then kind of like the blade that Cathamil kind of commissioned. It also depends on how much time they have to create whatever you're thinking of. So there's a lot of depends.
Ugh.
It's not doable though. I feel like it's worth a try. Like Saphira could ask around.
Can you say
He
what
could
again?
ask that artisan, like that she worked for. He knows, and he's sort of young and interesting artist.
What do you
Hold
have
on,
in mind?
Well, first I want to. What was Saphira giving?
Dragon, Arathathor's dragon scales.
Just scales.
Yeah,
Okay.
but like really nicely polished
Okay.
in like fancy box or something.
Okay. And then Volokos was a kaleidoscope. Was it?
It's like a chandelier mobile thing.
It's a whole thing. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's
don't
an
worry about it.
elaborate work of light.
It's gonna make the rest of us look bad, but that's fine.
No.
You should present last because yours is gonna be like coolest.
Because I feel like mine should be a similar, just something that may fit the vein of what everyone else is doing. A sword. Oh gosh, I don't know. The first thought that came to mind was like, if we're giving a dagger, it sounds like is what it eventually became. But when when Eris was thinking about this, it would have been a sword and a shield, possibly. So possibly we could make a shield of some sort that
You
is
have a
also made of.
perfect horn. I mean, I don't know what you guys are
Get out of
complaining
here!
about.
That horn's not going to anybody else.
You guys have a
We want
bunch.
to take that
magical
fire
items.
damage ourselves. God damn it.
You guys have a bunch of magic items too. So
Get a glass shield made.
Yeah.
everything
That'd be
glass,
pretty
huh?
Actually, quite a lot. Oh yeah, that's the whole glass theme, and like a white dragon scales is like white. It's like the white glass kind of theme. Oh, I like it.
Yeah.
Watch it turns out Zeke hates glass.
And,
It's like, I don't know why it's artificially inflated. I think it's really dumb. This is something I'm working to change. King, actually. And I'm like, hey.
and you can tell him like, this glass shield is really decorative, but if you if you used it, it would probably shatter. But here's the thing: cast an illusion on it, make it look like a metal shield, then give it to your enemy.
Why would you give it to your enemy when you could just kill your enemy instead of giving it to them?
Throw it at your enemy.
There you go.
Shatter a million pieces.
So just by the way, again, wisdom-wise, you guys would know. You guys are commissioning artisans working on glass in Selena, and the artisans are the same people who would have worked for the royal families too. So again, you know that. So while the
could be like a
design of
fashion-
Thalakos is definitely new, right? Glass craftsmanship isn't foreign in Selena. It is
okay.
just expensive and unique because not a lot of buildings can afford it. But we're talking about the royal court here.
Ugh. I have no idea what they would want. Is this something I could have asked Arhen for help with?
Oh,
And he wouldn't
he
freak out
would
at
not be
me?
helpful. He would just say something that impresses the prince.
God damn it! Right.
It's up to you. It's a personal, it's your personal judgment of what you think is befitting because you are from foreign lands. So, hey,
Maybe an act. Like a dance. No, like because Eris is from a dragonborn tribe. Maybe they have a ceremonial dance.
But I'm not a dragonborn, so it'd be very funny looking.
Oh yes, sorry. Yes, sorry. Eris is yeah.
I mean, Saphira could do it, I guess. Saphira's a dragonborn. Saphira doesn't know any dragonborn cultural stuff, though. She was not, like, raised by dragonborn. So her parents died when she was a kid.
So Eris could teach from her memory, but I don't. Yeah.
That'd be pretty hilarious.
oh,
like
you know
playing
what,
fucking
Aris?
telephone.
Hey, Aris, you know what Zik would probably enjoy too? The signet ring of Selena.
I knew you were gonna say that, and that is hidden very far inside.
Oh, I thought you were
the
wearing
bag.
it as a necklace.
No, not as soon as we entered. Hell no.
I
We made
thought
that very
I,
clear.
I thought you pierced your nose so you could wear it as a nose ring.
I mean, why didn't you just glue it to
Yeah.
your forehead? Yeah. Oh my gosh. Actually, while we were talking to artisans, could we have figured out? Oh, that they would tell us is what has already been given, and exactly like you said, it's all glass stuff. I can't think of anything.
You know
else
what?
right now.
You could just give him 1,000 ball bearings.
Or more beef jerky than he's ever seen in his entire life. Have you ever I wonder if you would have tried beef jerky as a king. Maybe that's a food gift from a foreign land.
Is it what the kings of other lands eat? No.
You have what does Ares have? You have the belt of giant strength.
No.
Wow, you guys are so greedy.
You're greedy.
I'm giving you suggestions. I'm not doing anything.
Hey Blue, what happened to all that dragon glass that Cathamil was frozen in? Did it melt or shatter?
Where she was imprisoned?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was melted.
Melted.
Yeah. magically melted. It was not glass. It was ice.
Oh, it was ice.
Yeah, because it was in the White Temple.
But it would look like glass.
Technically, but it's cold to the touch. It was magical ice.
Sure would be cool to get some stuff made out of magical dragon ice.
Yeah,
I
that
bet that would
eventually
be cool.
melted and what?
Because it doesn't melt. It's cold, but it doesn't melt.
Well, it did though. It did melt.
Yeah, I know, but like if we could get some more of it somewhere.
But that's an if that you do not have right now.
Yeah. It's hard to show up in the city and then be like, oh, you're supposed to have foreign gifts. I'm like, well, we should have known that before we showed up.
Actually, you didn't, and that's the whole point. You can't be prepared for everything. You just go by the circumstances.
From now on, we're gonna load whenever we get on a boat.
Souvenirs!
We're loading all sorts of gifts onto the boat. It's like
What's the weirdest shit we can bring with us?
we bring all sorts of things from where we're coming from that we.
You know what would have helped if you actually to allow you to have space to actually keep all these treasures?
The castle.
A flying castle. A flying fortress.
Wait, Blue, can I ask a kind of unrelated question? Because I was going through my inventory looking for stuff, and I have a clay tablet from Zonthal's Tower. What is that?
Clay tablet, you say?
From Zonthal's Tower.
I'm trying to remember. Zonthal's Tower. Potentially, and unfortunately again.
Oh wait, yeah, she's...
Yeah, unfortunately again, my notes got all erased when I upgraded my computer. But I could think of a couple of locations where you could have a clay tablet found in Zonthal's Tower. One is in his secret library, where you also found the map of the elemental city of brass, or notes to it, and additional scrolls. And then the other location would be... Oh no, I'm thinking of the scrying pool in... I have to double check. I don't know.
Okay, because I feel like Saphira should have given that to someone to do research on. I just forgot it was in my inventory, so...
Wait, Blue, regarding a flying castle, I mean, Hoke and Morg are still going for the flying castle, right?
I guess. I don't know. I mean, yeah, we made the decision, yes, but we haven't touched that thing.
I think what we all need to do is, like, after this session is done, we should all go through our inventory to see if we missed anything.
So my inventory got split because some of it went to Wolfrus, and I tried to be as minimal with errors as possible, like for adventure, because like the idea was Wolfrus would keep most of it. That's my problem. Like I don't have much stuff that I'm not using.
Let me see if I have anything. Like I have like several vials of dragon's blood. I don't know. What else?
What if you have a glass artisan use a vial of dragon's blood to dye the glass on something?
Yeah. Oh, Max. Nice. I love it.
Go. Yeah.
Okay, so Saphira, the tablets from Zonthal's Tower did come from the library. It was some parts of Zonthal's research on the elemental planes. They
I feel like
the particular tablets that you have gathered, let's just say throughout the time you got it appraised or someone took a look at it, it's really at this point the information there is really more descriptive and informational. It's not magical or anything like that. But in the archaeological world in the current time, it costs at around 10,000 gold pieces.
Oh, we did it on a dragon trove.
For a collector, yeah.
Wait, what's the 10,000 gold pieces thing?
That tablet that she found about the
random
journals in Zonthal's Tower. Yeah.
But it's like, it's not important information.
It's not important information. It's just a collector's information, yeah.
I love this so much.
Wow.
So,
Okay, well, we have
add that to the
1,000 gold
notes.
sitting in my backpack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. I forgot
cannot
this was
believe-
in here.
Just
Oh
again, recall
my
Zontal was a
God.
powerful wizard who disappeared, and he was into elemental planes, researching that, and left the tower behind.
Really?
Oh my
When-
gosh.
When was Zontal's tower?
That was
So I hear-
before you joined. No, that was way before. They were still chasing after one of the white masks, I believe. Yeah.
And I'm gonna add that note. And Sophia also found something. So that was the
Zontal's tower. Yeah, it's a research tablet or tablet about his research.
Okay.
And because it has Zontal's signature, that's why it's make it very expensive.
Okay, I have a bullfrog totem.
The
I forgot where
bullfrog,
we
yeah,
got
the one that eats the insects, so you don't get mosquitoes around you or something.
Yeah, it creates a 10-foot radius sphere, where mundane insects such as flies, gnats, and mosquitoes are repelled.
So helpful for a prince.
That idea which Max suggested was great.
Yeah,
The-
I like that. Use the dragon's blood. Is there anything fun we could do with dragon's blood with an
Yeah, like
artisan?
what would we want it shaped into?
Hmm.
Because it does send a message to be giving him something that has blood in it. You know, so I just want to make sure it's the right thing.
Right. A heart. Just kidding.
Oh, it's a strawberry juice. Go.
And just so you know, I mean, from what Blution told me like a little bit ago, was that dragon's blood is considered very like powerful for reagents and stuff.
So should
and
we be
so-
giving that to him?
I mean, I have a lot. I have a lot of it, like over a dozen vials, if not more. I
Oh,
think. So, and again, I'm just sitting on it. I just realized I had it, but maybe you could use it for like I don't know, for some purpose. I don't know, or something, because I think it'll be valued for sure.
So are we preserving it such that he could use the blood if he wanted to, or are we just using it to look pretty?
Holy crap, I just realized I have a thing called corrupted dragon's blood. An elixir that corrupts the blood and hardens skin, turning into black scales. As a result, the drinker's shoulders, forehead, arms, and legs and abdomen are covered in black scales, and they gain a permanent +3 to their natural armor. However, they can no longer wear medium or heavy armor.
Found that in Ilthane's lair under Baldur's Gate.
Dang!
The episode where we just all go through our inventory.
Yes.
Yeah.
We go shopping in our own inventory.
Yeah, it's the opposite of shopping. It's what do we already have?
Oh my
So
God.
much. Also, we still have those mummers cuffs
Yeah. we
from
do.
the Colosseum.
Although you guys
Oh.
no longer have the full set though.
Oh yeah. Like Ren had one and Bernhard had the other, right? Hey, maybe if that's two, we could give them and be like,
They're useless.
be done with it.
Oh, good.
Two in a very rare set. I'll collect them all.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Jesus. I think that's most of the stuff from my. Unless we wanted to give him my hat of disguise.
No.
So what can we make with the dragon's blood? Let's go back to brainstorming shit.
Could forge something out of glass that holds it.
Wait a second. Could we find an artisan You said a lot of people are coming to this town. Are there artisans from foreign lands who are also coming that we could possibly find?
That would even be harder to figure out though, because then you won't have a reference.
Right. How about I just post an ad on the first day?
I mean, I'm not gonna stop you.
Oh, I love this so much.
Okay. Because I just want to confirm with Blue, this conversation is happening in the past. Because like I
Yeah,
wasn't part
but
of it.
I'm just I'm only moderating to decide whether or not it's enough time given if you find one and create whatever material you want to do. The more complicated it is, the more I'm gonna push back, saying a couple of days won't be enough to do this.
I have a idea potentially. What if we make a very simple sort of like Chihuly like glass sculpture?
What?
Anyone know what that is?
No.
He's a glass artist and he did lots of like
I know what you mean. I've seen this stuff.
yeah, like crazy, like you hang them up and they're all very, how do you spell his name?
CHIHULY.
Yeah. Like one of sort of they're all like, God, I don't know how to describe this shit. It's crazy, almost like
This
noodles.
looks like a villain.
Wait,
Yeah.
spell his name again. CHI.
HULY.
Oh.
And they were large installations, not one of the super huge ones, but I was thinking we could do like a small version, have some of them be clear and have some of them with like dragon's blood like threaded through them for color.
If this is not difficult, it takes.
This was like we wouldn't do all of like as many, just like a much simpler, smaller version.
Seeing this, Eris would be like, "Can we make a crystallized fireball,
Ooh.
or a thing that looks like a fireball,
Yeah.
using the dragon's blood?" I'm assuming is the dragon's blood red?
It's a rot the Thors, so I don't know. Blue?
It would be, yeah, it would still be red blood.
Okay. A blood ball.
And if I have 23 vials.
Oh my god. You took a lot of blood. Okay, it's time to experiment with that when we have some downtime.
Yeah.
You guys, here's a photo of a Chihuly that's in
Yeah, I was looking at it.
Seattle.
There's a few of them.
There are many. He's got a style and he's prolific, and he's got a whole workshop full of probably 50 understudies who all make the glass for him.
Holy shit!
It's wild.
Is he still alive?
Probably. But it's a fully commercial operation, right? The dude kind of invented his style, but then hired basically an army of glass blowers to just churn out these things. He's got actually a whole dedicated to his stuff in Seattle.
Wow.
I mean, regardless, right? So let's say a non-intricate glass blowing container for any type of liquid probably won't take too long. Probably a day at least, depending on how intricate, and then go from there. So I would allow, like, something not too elaborate, just to hold dragon's blood. That should be fine.
So it's a fancy vial right now.
And will the container be stoppered, or is it completely enclosed? Meaning, to access the blood, you have to break the glass.
Ooh.
I would think completely enclosed. Like, make it so that it is the
Nice.
encapsulation of it is the
Okay.
feature. Yeah.
Okay. And the general idea of what the design is, what would it be if you were to describe it?
Okay, actually, would it be difficult to put it into a general shape of a dragon? Is that very
Again,
complicated?
it depends on how detailed you want the design to be. I mean, just a dragon shape, not a problem. a 3D dragon shape, maybe a little bit. What type of dragon? Things like that. But what's your idea? What's your
A
thought?
full sculpture of a dragon, and then the vasculature of the dragon on the inside filled with the dragon.
Okay, yeah, that would not.
That's
That would,
sure.
that would not be. That would not be a day's work.
I was thinking the blood would actually just be in the main body of the dragon, and then the wings
Okay.
are.
Do you have a
full
particular
filled
type
out.
of dragon? Because each dragon looks differently.
I mean, the dragon we took it from.
A white dragon, then.
A white dragon, yeah.
You could probably describe it because the artisan probably would not have seen a white dragon before, so as close to a white dragon. Okay.
I mean, we got really up close, and we have pieces of the dragon also, if you remember.
We have pieces for reference.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would say so. Yeah, that would be a day's work, sure, for an artisan to work on.
Okay.
How
You
big?
should,
How big of a glass are we talking about? Container?
Something that Eris could actually carry without the danger of crashing.
I think they would give us a case for it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But still, like I would.
If you were
imagine the dragon-
talking like, let's say, a monitor size, how big would it be? A 15-inch monitor, 34.
Closer to 34.
34. Okay, that's gonna be
A
heavy.
big one, yeah.
So that's probably gonna use up about 10 vials, Valakos.
Ooh, I don't want to use up 10 vials. How about 5 vials worth?
So that would be half of that 34. So it would
Half
be
the
a
size.
15-inch then. Yeah.
Okay, so 15-inch.
It's still very large.
Yeah, it's large. It's large.
It's not about the quantity of blood. Why just not
Yeah,
one?
it's not. It's about the fact that
Well,
has
the larger the dragon, the larger the center is. So if you want to, I guess, yeah, technically you are correct. You could technically have a large dragon mostly made of glass and then a little bit of blood in it. Or
It
you
could
can
just
fill
be-
up the body with blood, and then that would be defined by the size of it.
A cavity the shape of a dragon's heart, center of the dragon.
A little heart like this. There we go. Is that possible?
That's
maybe
possible.
more like an anatomically correct heart.
You could do that,
Right.
yeah. I would actually
Sure.
like a sculpture like that if you guys can make one. A glass dragon with a red heart, yeah, filled with red liquid. That would be interesting. That would be cool.
That'd be
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah, a large one. That would be expensive though.
Okay, so only
actual
one
dragons
vial's
as well.
worth.
So yeah, one vial should be more than enough.
One vial.
If it's
Inside
just the
the
heart,
heart.
the focus is the heart of the dragon.
I mean, I have 23. You sure just one? We can go with more.
We should use that for making potions or something.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So knock one down from my list.
All right. Make note that you have this in your inventory, Aris.
How much is this?
Oh, that would have actually that I have to roll because that is actually more intricate than a straight sword. That would actually cost you 15 gold
Holy shit!
because it's a detailed. It's not a detail, but it's consulting about what a dragon looks like, and it's hard for an artisan to imagine something that he hasn't seen. So he's going to take your consultation and be very careful about it.
Which also means they haven't made it for other people.
This artisan
I would
definitely has
imagine
not
they-
made a dragon before, a white dragon specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, with a heart in it full of blood, I would think not.
Yeah.
Cool.
This is definitely unique.
All right. So this is a mini Orothathor with his blood. God, we're so bad.
Like, I mean, I don't know what Aratathor did to us in our past lives, but like we like killed him, and then we like harvested him for parts, and then we killed his like significant other, like in the fight with Tiamat, and now we are making like gifts out of him, and we are wearing him. Oh my god!
So in
Very
other
good,
words,
bad.
Arathor was a great investment.
You know, we are at least respectful of the things we kill. We try to use all the parts, you
All of
know.
his parts.
I think this is the only dragon that we've killed. We've had time to just stick with the body. Like everything else, we've had to run away for various reasons.
It was the very first dragon you actually
Oh, he
killed.
was our first. Oh.
Well, actually, he was the second dragon you met, but the first you killed.
No, killed. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you never forget your first. So
Yeah,
yeah.
remember your first ancient dragon.
Wow.
He was so addled by his age. He couldn't
Couldn't remember what he could do. Which is actually another reason why I'm glad that Arathathor was the first dragon you was in combat, because technically Ilthane was the first dragon you met. Imagine if you actually fought Ilthane, I probably would have forgotten all the abilities that she can do as well, and would have been killed earlier. Or killed you guys earlier. I don't know. You were low level then too, so.
Yeah, that was scary.
That was.
All right. So now do we have everything?
I would just say Saphira and I should present ours together.
Sure.
Is there any cool thing where we can use the scale as like a presentation plate for it? The glass.
My gift isn't a fucking plate. It's like a nice box and stuff. Come on.
All right.
All right. Catherine clearly has the least impressive gift now, so she's got to go first.
I don't think it's.
I hear rap music.
Oh yeah, it's my neighbors. Let me close the window.
It's really show he's listening on the other side. You know, just so close.
Yeah, I know it's pretty loud. They like every few months or every actually couple of months now they have this big party, and it's a pain. But anyway.
Wow. Okay. Sorry, man. That does suck.
I know, like it's been going on for like 3 hours now.
And knowing how those parties go, that this is just the beginning, right?
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah.
It goes all the way. Yeah. All the way.
You
to
guys
like,
will not have work tomorrow?
Oh, these guys are like, yeah, these guys have like yeah. I don't think half of them work. One of them is a bouncer. Like he told me, very proud. Yeah, I'm a bouncer. I'm like, oh,
Well,
okay,
see,
where?
the house
school?
is the club. So he's a bouncer in the house, and
Yeah.
then they have parties every week, and you know.
Yeah.
That's the gala, guys. It's a rap party.
Oh, there we go.
Good.
we're gonna have a rap battle.
Eris's secret rap skills come out.
Kind of like Shirogane
Oh my
and
gosh.
Chica.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was so cool. That was a great episode.
Season 3, episode 5. There you go.
Oh my god, remember. Damn, I do want to see that rap episode at some point again.
And the ending song was them being older. Anyway, breakdancing.
Well,
All right. So are we okay now? I do probably want to start maybe an hour and a half from now. So
yes. For sure, for us too.
so
as well.
yeah. So is everyone particularly ready? We're probably not gonna go through. No, it's not a might. We definitely will not get through the whole party, especially if it's 12 hours worth in real time, not in real time, in game time. But if you are all ready, you can prepare for the introduction to the party or the opening ceremonies. It's really the championship ball part 2. Mercenaries fight each other in a pit for Lord Zeke.
And this is a battle of the wits, of the mind.
All right. So everyone is set. I would just say that again. The day of the event, of the gala, of the party would have rested enough to make sure that they won't be tired. And then after resting, would have spent the necessary time in the deluxery, getting their haircut, getting their alterations from the different hairdressers and people working in the luxury, and Arhin supervising and answering questions and things like that, and adding maybe some extra items that you didn't really ask for. Just say, "Oh, you look better than that." Whether or not you keep it, that's up to you, because you guys decide how each of you look for this party. And Arhin would always say that more is better than less in this case. So do whatever you want to stand out. And eventually, day comes midday to noon to afternoon, now to evening. And in your registration, you confirm that you are staying at the Beaver's Tail, which Arhin kind of like shakes his head, but whatever. That's where you decide to stay. That's fine.
Damn it.
That's where
That's what we should have
the
changed.
that's where the carriage will pick you up. That's all good. As long as they know where. And as the party then do their final touches in at the inn, you definitely stand out as you all parade out of your room, all dressed up in high regalia, walking down the stairs. The whole place would be quiet and just eyeing you, and you would hear whispers. "I didn't know we have nobles here." It's like, "Oh, I don't know if they're out of town or not. Oh, the Beaver's, Beaver's Tail is now a high establishment or whatever. I don't know who they are." As each and one of you walk in after, and the reason behind that is because the proprietor, the bartender, actually called out or sent a servant knocking at your doors, saying that your carriage has arrived. And even the proprietor of the Beaver's Tail would actually have, a look in his face and his eyes, kind of like, "Oh, I didn't even know I have a special guest in here." He would approach you as you were leaving. If by any chance, I disrespected you, I apologize. I didn't realize you were important people or whatever, but I am honored that you are guests at Beaver's Tail. Forget not the name. If you're looking at Lord Zeke in his presence, make sure you mention my establishment. Thank you very much. And you all walk past him as the people who was sent over to escort you to the carriage push him away. And as you step outside the inn, you see two large carriages drawn by very muscular and large horses. The carriages themselves is made of black mahogany, and then they're like gold etchings along the sides and the panels, and there's red velvet on top, and then each of the carriage are manned by two I don't know what they're called, carriage riders, or the people leading the horses. Kind of like laps there. I forgot what they're called, description wise. And while one carriage actually would fit all four of you, the second carriage actually was there's one of the people there would ask, like, "Do you have anything you want to bring to the palace? You have an additional carriage if you wish to store anything or any gifts or whatnot." And, so basically there are two carriages. Or if you are not friends, then you can technically sit separate into two different carriages. That is up to you, lords and ladies.
Just pile the gifts to the second carriage. I think we're friends.
Yeah. Also, I assume we all got dressed up in such a way that we still have our equipment.
If you
on
wish
us?
to, again, it's up to you. I will
Weapons.
ask you. Yeah, I will ask you however you want to describe yourself as. Once we get to the palace, and you can describe each and your characters. If we get to that today, that's fine. If you have it prepared, that's even better.
Are we allowed to carry weapons still?
According to Arn, again, the invitation says it doesn't actually say no weapons, but again, just be prepared to surrender them in case you are asked to. But because it doesn't say anything against that, now again, mindful that you have heard this from the citizens before, and you've overheard people talk about it. People are walking around with weapons. Just again, be mindful of the current state of times. They might be more nervous about it, maybe not. Maybe they expect people to actually be armed. This party is again the first of since the event, so people don't really know what it is. So if you want to carry
Yeah, like
yours, totally
I'll
fine.
be
If you don't, that's also understandable. That's up to you.
cool.
I'm carrying my weapons. Yeah, sounds like a good plan. You know,
All right.
probably not carrying the backpack, but
Yeah.
Okay, so you know what? If you guys are prepared, if you guys want to describe your characters right now, and if we end up before we actually get to the ball, that's totally fine. You can retcon that next time we meet each other. But if you have a general idea of what you're wearing and not wearing, go ahead. We could start with I don't know, Valakos. We go from right to left. Well, what
Oh,
would Valakos be? You know, his attire after spending time in the deluxury and
ooh, okay. So he has like red hair, right?
yeah,
So um, he's going to get it like really well washed, so it looks really
shiny.
plush,
Okay.
and shiny and plush. But he would also get it like in like a I mean like a high knot
Okay. Yep.
up, so like his hair would be like in a high knot, but it would just be a part of it, but he would still have his flowing hair
Yep.
like in the back, so it'd just be like a top knot. And his outfit, if you folks have watched the Game of Thrones, Oberyn,
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
Martel.
I'm like
Okay.
Oberyn, yeah, like Oberyn, Martell, Pedro Pascal
Yep.
in
Yep.
it.
Yeah.
So like the yellow,
Yep.
I mean, like the yellow robes. So that kind of like reflects the colors of Gond, in a way, right? So he would be wearing something like that, and on top of that, like he'd be decked out in jewels. Like Valkos has never been to such a high level like a ball, so he would like have rings and chains, a couple of chains, or more than a couple of chains and rings on his finger, and like maybe a couple of like golden like bracelets and stuff. So he'll be like decked out in
All right.
jewelry.
Weapon or no weapon? Shield or no shield?
Weapons. Ooh. Shield, but I think he'll be putting
Okay.
shield in his back, and the sword will be in its back as well,
Okay.
and not like sideways, like it will be like straight, so like
Oh.
you can see the
Okay.
like the handle and the thing.
Yeah, you
the
align.
crossguard.
Valakos would have aligned the pommel and the hilt against his top knot when he's standing straight.
Oh yes, so he look even taller than
Yeah.
he is. I love it.
Okay. All right. Saphira.
So Saphira is wearing a blue ball gown that's like a mix between like Elsa in Frozen and the live action Cinderella. So she
Okay.
has these sort of like gauzy sheer sleeves. And like the bodice is kind of encrusted with some sparkly jewels, and then all over the sleeves and mostly like the dress itself are embedded little sort of like crystals, so they sparkle when she moves and kind of set off like her very finely polished scales. And then she also sort of irregularly, she kind of has these, it's not hair, but it's kind of
Feathers?
like no, like her like spines. She sort of irregularly has like silver clasps on them to shine even more than her scales and kind of glitter in the light. And then again, just sort of like crystal earrings. And then she has her scimitars in the back of her dress, Wonder Woman style. So they look like they're
Yeah.
part of her dress, and they've kind of been encrusted silver sapphires on the handles. So they look really fancy and like they're actually part of the dress, but like she could whip them out if she so chose.
Nice. Cathamil?
I'm still working out the whole details of what Catherine might be wearing. I think that I'm modifying her equipped status on a couple of items, but she is wearing a dress. I think it might be white. I think it might be a white dress, but I'm thinking it's made of layers of mesh fabric that as they move, they kind of form interference patterns against each other. So you get kind of this shifting unsurface effect as it flows. She's probably got a bunch of jewelry on. She's got her dagger is kind of hidden underneath the dress, carrying a dagger.
On the
This
hips
is not.
or thigh? Or what do you say hidden? Or belt?
I'm thinking in the waist. I'm thinking maybe somewhere in the waist.
Okay.
Not the gift dagger, just her
Right,
normal.
right. The normal dagger, yeah.
Dagger. She's not gonna bring the longbow of the wild, equipping that. She's also not wearing her leather armor, trying to keep a more sleek appearance.
Oh yeah, so pause there for a second. Sorry. So Saphira, so I think Valakos, you're not wearing armor if you're wearing Pedro Pascal, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm wearing Pedro.
Aside, the Saphira Elsa kind of gown thing. Are you wearing armor, or because that's gonna be bulky without?
No, she's not wearing armor.
Okay.
Or the bow.
No bow side. Okay, scimitars. Got it. Okay. Continue then, Kathimel. Thank you.
Yeah.
Who she does though have her displacer cloak hidden underneath her dress. So
Okay,
she could,
yeah, I could
pull
think
it
so,
out,
yeah.
like tied around her waist first,
Okay.
and then the dress. So it's just like a petticoat.
Okay.
So she could whip it out and tie it around her if she needed it.
Okay.
But she is carrying. She's carrying her arcane, or so she's wearing her amulet of health. She is wearing that.
Mhm.
She's not wearing the eyes of the eagle. And she is carrying her arcane focus, which I am trying to look up if I ever decided what her arcane focus was and looks like.
Are you bringing the book with you?
Is bringing the book with her.
You are, or you're not? Sorry.
Yeah.
You are. Okay.
No, she is.
Okay.
I think maybe she has it. Maybe they made for her like a nice kind of ornate sling. So she has kind of a sling, and it sort of sits on the lower back behind her. So the book is almost being worn like a
Like
backpack
an
almost.
accessory.
But it's like on a shoulder strap. It's not like a symmetric backpack. It's kind of on a embellished, decorated strap with the book kind of sitting sort of like a shoulder bag behind her.
Okay.
And I think now I don't know. I don't recall if I ever decided what her arcane focus.
But
is.
yeah, we can retcon that if you need to. So
Yeah.
okay, that's fine.
She has. She is also carrying her arcane focus. Which
Sure. Okay.
might be a staff or a rod, but I'm not sure.
All right. Eris.
Okay. So the whole color profile. Actually, I wanted to make sure this could happen, but I guess you'll just let me describe it because there's 2 stages to the dress. The first stage is that it looks like a blue ember. So I come in initially looking with that dark blue going up to light blue in the center, and then like almost whitish in the center. So like a blue glowing ember is what the dress initially looks like. I do have the sword on my back, very similar to what everyone else is doing. In the back, I would have wanted to turn my armor into something that would can be adjusted. It is, like I said, it is a 2-stage thing though, and so you mentioned show up earlier Hunger Games, and just like in Hunger Games, I wanted to 2-stage change into full red orange
Oh,
flames when I spin, but that will not be unveiled until I actually go there.
What are
And
the
mechanism-
mechanics behind that though?
The mechanics would be not fire, like
okay.
in Mockingbird, because I don't want to alert anybody to be like, oh, she's casting magic. I want it to be like a like quick change type dress where
Okay. Yeah. Quick.
I
Okay. So
initially look poofy. Yeah,
so not magical, but more in
Yeah.
the dress itself. Okay. Okay.
it's
All right.
mechanical. Yeah. But yeah, so I initially look a little rounder and poofy, but when it eventually does unfold, it will become a single flaming. Yeah. But yeah, so initially I look like just blue.
So you are
embers and
wearing
whatnot.
half plate.
Yes, but it is covered with that stuff. The half plate itself, I would have had painted and decorated in the fire, but it is currently covered up in the blue ember-looking stuff.
So you
So-
would know from the basic training that you guys have, dancing in half plate would be a disadvantage.
Is there some lesser armor I could wear?
I mean, light leather. I mean, light armor would probably be the best for dancing. Anything above light leather would be bulky.
Then I would switch it to light
Light
armor.
leather, okay.
But still with the color same.
Sure,
color
sure, yeah.
profile.
You can all do all that. I just want to ahead of time let you know, just in case.
So that reduces my AC by.
Oh right. You know what? Yeah. Let me give you just light armor in your inventory just so you have it handy in case. I'm pretty sure we're not gonna use. There's not gonna be any fighting in a bowl. Come on, guys. Shh.
You're so believable, Blue.
Wow.
Shit, should I be wearing armor? Like, I have no AC.
I do have the choker that gives me immunity to poison. I would have. That's part of the dress. I think I would have had that sewed in with the dress to help with the mechanism. And I also do have the fan of embers. It is currently closed, but it will become part of the dress once I unveil everything because it looks like, I'm assuming it looks like fire.
So I equipped you with leather armor.
Okay. Just have to. Wow, I lost 2 AC. Jeez.
You know what?
Alright.
As a tangent, I was reading through some of the design mechanics around higher levels. It was actually because it's you guys familiar with the bound accuracy rule, right? Or the design for D&D being bound accuracy. Bound accuracy meaning again the whole design of 5th edition is that everything is within a D20 roll, so that ACs or whatever with the natural ones and the natural 20 during combat allows even higher level to get hit by lower levels if you have a natural 20. So it's bound accuracy. You can't get more than that. And so what they're saying is, again, this is more philosophical on the mechanical design because we're talking about AC. That's where I go into the tangent. High AC isn't actually, or low AC and high AC actually at the larger scheme of things isn't really, or getting a higher AC isn't really a big deal. The intent really is you would notice that you're gonna get hit a lot more in the higher levels because the lower levels are the safe levels via the bound accuracy. You have higher AC, potentially higher AC in the lower levels and still be able to hit the big guys. And then as you get higher levels, that's when you're gonna start getting beaten up because part of it is the challenge of now, you were not technically afraid of getting hit in your lower levels, but in the higher levels, that's part of the challenge. You will get hit, and sometimes it can actually be a one-hit type of thing. That is by design. So again, more philosophical, whether you agree or disagree on that, that's kind of like what they were saying. I was reading through a forum discussion on that, saying like, hey, is it a problem if like my characters are getting like 24 ACD or 28 or something? Like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Give them as high as they can because it's bound actually you're gonna get hit anyway. People are just scared of getting hit, but it's part of the game. They will, the higher the levels, the more chance they're gonna get hit, and the more chance they're gonna get hit very hard. That's by design. Yeah. So anyway, sorry, that was a tangent. So.
Okay.
All right. Was there anything else you want to add to? Sorry.
I'm not sure I followed all that, but maybe you can explain later.
Yeah,
Cathmil has AC 11.
Well, yeah, which is fine. I mean, yeah, you will definitely get hit a lot more, but Catamil also has the highest HP among the party. So your lower ACs kind of like bounce with the higher hit point pool. Even from the Barbarian, you have a higher HP pool than the Barbarian in the party.
It's because I have the Amulet of Health.
Well, yeah, which is why I allowed you to have it.
A quick question. So the cumbersome boots, I can have the cumbersome boots on as part of my outfit?
If you want to, but kind of like what I told Jeff, right? It's cumbersome, so if you want to dance with them, it would be with a disadvantage.
Then I would remove it as well. Okay.
Yeah, because it's in the name.
Yeah, no, makes sense. No, you're right.
I still have the belt of Hill Giant strength on.
But that's up to you. I mean, it's just a belt. It just makes you stronger.
Yeah.
All right then. So that is technically the baseline of how everyone looks like, which you can still change next week or whatever. It's more for flavor, so we can picture each character, how they look like, what they think formality.
This was such a unique episode so far. Like, I can't wait for the ball to start.
Yeah.
Well, Why don't we start it then? Shall we?
Oh no!
Let's do it.
Let me grab my gala notes here.
Let's get some Bridgerton music in the house.
Is there music?
Actually, that's a good point.
Craghammer is playing right now.
Craig Hammer.
That's a good point. In my list, is there even like a since ambient store comment? I don't want to. Not tavern music, no. What's this? I'll look for some background noise for actual ball. We'll just go for something spiritual right now.
Nice.
Something slow. Something not too combat-y, you know? Something kind of mellow. Unless the boss music starts playing.
Oh my god, that would be so wild.
All right. So there's that.
Thank you.
So, the four of you climbed in the same carriage, right? You didn't split up into two. All four of you in just one
Wait
carriage.
a second. Maybe we should split up so that we can watch the stuff. You know, just in case. So
Sure.
we'll split up the stuff and the people, just so that the person can watch. Yeah.
All right. Who's paired up?
I can go with Eris. Look if Eris was
Yeah.
going.
All right.
I shall go with Kath and Milton.
All right. All right. So let's just say I'm just gonna wing. Let's just wing this. All right. The carriage then takes the party in two carriages towards the palace, and along the way, numbers of people would look at the royal carriages go running through the streets. They would part. You would see through the windows, which is curtained, by the way. The inside of the carriages is very plush, velvet seats, cushions very soft, softer than the softest bed that you ever sat on. The walls inside, again, black mahogany, polished to a shine. Red velvet curtains that cover the windows that you can pull away if you wish to look through the crowds. There is a small string running from both windows that connects itself to a bell that reaches the again, I can't remember what they're called, but the people, riding in front, controlling the horses. If you ring it, they tell you
The
that
coachman?
the coach. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. In my head, I was thinking henchman. That's not the word I'm looking for.
Why don't we have him? We
The
should have him by now.
We can afford them now, right now,
Good.
right?
So anyway, so the bell would reach the coachman, and that would say, like, if you need to at any point in time stop the carriage, you ring the bell, and they would stop it, and do whatever is needed. There's also a sliding panel in front that you can open, but currently it is closed. The panel would then reach the coachman if you need to talk to them. There are two of them in front, well dressed, very official, very formal as well, and they are also armed with ceremonial rapiers, big hats and whatnot, feathered hats even. And so the carriage then again makes its way, not too quickly, not very slow either, but in a steady pace that is too loud for me. Okay, why did it go there? Got it. Okay. So anyway, so the nope. Okay. So eventually, it still takes a good, because the carriages are actually large and Beaver's Tail is at the very front of the the first circle, really, one of the first concentric circles. It took you a while to eventually get to the palace area. And as you approach, one or two of you would, each look through the window and see the palace. Actually, no. Let's just say the coachman would actually open the panel and whispers, "We are approaching the palace," and then closes the panel, and which then allows you to take a look at the window, maybe even peer out, and you'd see that there is a big roadway. You're actually on the big roadway now, a ramp that goes upwards towards the center, and it circles almost like a spiral past through topiaries and multiple gates, amidst this a paved stone road, and then a lot of foliage around, and it's actually a beautiful path, and eventually it opens up to a large courtyard, and it still follows, and just when you think that you're already there, the coach keeps on moving and higher and higher, and as each turn you look through the window, and you can now see a vista of the city, kind of like almost falling below you, and right there the carriage actually stops. One last gate. They yell out a greeting to whoever they're yelling it out. You can't really see, and the gate eventually opens. And beyond the gates of the palace, amidst the steep rising path, flanked by polished iron, eventually you reach a rocky promontory upon which the actual palace and its grounds is actually constructed on. It's on the highest level, which has a very good vista and view of the Kingdom of Selena itself. You hear the coach, and one of them each gets off the coach, knocks on the door, and then opens it ceremoniously and motions the party to decoach. Each of you then slowly steps out. The coachman would lend their hand to the ladies and assist you in stepping down. Looks at Eris, wonders if you want them to carry you down or you're fine going down the steps. And they ask if whether or not you want to carry the presents or do you want them to carry it for you. They are in each cases, so
Yeah, I mean they can carry it for us, right?
One coin per present.
there are 4 coachmen, so
Aha!
so you want to do that? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then as they do so, you also notice a figure from the courtyard, the garden in front, a big garden in front of you, start walking towards you, and said, "May I see the invitations, please?" And you provide each of them, and he reads them, looks at each of you individually, up and down, slight nod, returns the invitation to your hands, and says, "If you wish, follow me, please," and then walks you to an area. To the west of the courtyard, there is a small area, gated as well, covered by a low fence, but behind the fence, large plants that add some privacy from where you are, and enters. And he motions you to enter the gate, and he says, "Welcome to the Vertigious Terrace." And as you enter, you see a lawn that overlooks the southern side of the city. It's a very clear view. You can see from the far distant the main gate that's currently open, and all the different blocks of districts and stone buildings that lead up to it. It's a very nice view from where you're standing right now. And the further, the closer edge of the lawn actually doesn't even have a fence. It's just open grass area. You would also notice that at this point on your arrival, the other guests have already arrived, or some of the other guests have already arrived. You're not the first, nor you are the last. You see a mix of different individuals, from humans to hobgoblins, a couple of kobolds, some gnomes, a few halflings as well, other creatures that, or humanoid creatures that you haven't actually seen in the Sword Coast either, interestingly. Most of them are wearing from simple royal colors to very elaborate and maybe even cheeky attire, in your taste anyway, not so normal in some you would probably think are over the top, but hey, maybe that's their culture, you don't really know, but it is definitely a mix. Some are wearing just regular, even well, not too regular, but like an enhanced version of the noble robes that you've seen being sold out there. Some of them you actually recognize came from the luxury. There's a and yeah, there's a good number of people here already. Um, and they're just milling around in small groups, some socializing, some mingling, but for the most part staying within groups that seem to know each other or recognize each other as they are forming their own crowds.
What do you see in terms of weaponry and armor on those people?
Some of them are wearing armor, some of them are not. Some of them are armed, some of them are not. Those that are actually armed, you can actually tell because you've seen armies before. These are weapons that doesn't even look like it. First, the hilts are very polished. Um, Most blades are in scabbards, so you can't really tell. But there are a couple where the blades actually are. You can see them through. It's like not an actual scabbard. They just have like a hole, hoop hole that they're hanging in. But the blades, no chips at all, so you can tell that these blades have not even been used for anything. They're probably ceremonial. They seem to be not even that sharp, but they're shiny. They've been well polished and well taken care of, oiled even. So all the fancy and fancy looking attire and armaments and accessories are definitely on display right now for each individual. And most interestingly too, most of them in either one or both hands are carrying items wrapped in what you can assume to be like, for presents, basically. Some of them are in crates, some of them are in baskets, some of them are also being carried by uh, what appears to be, again, staff in the same uniform as the ones carrying yours. And they're just following behind the other guests.
Just trailing behind, just
Yep.
like we have people trailing behind.
Well, that's unless you ask them to do something else, they're just following you.
During our etiquette lessons, would we have known what is the proper thing to do here? Because I
Not specifically for this one, for the gift giving or whatnot. You basics. If you have help around you, it's up to you how you want to use them. So
just make sure to tip.
I don't think you do in this case.
Is there a table somewhere where the gifts are being stored?
So you look around, and while you do see a table with some appetizers or finger foods, Cathamil, and some drinks, people seem to be carrying their gifts very closely to them. No one is leaving them behind.
Okay.
Interesting.
So we shall stay close to ours as well.
Mm-hmm. Or they shall stay close to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're following us around.
All right, then. After maybe around 30 to 45 minutes since your arrival, and you kind of like, started just walking around, getting accustomed to the scene and whatnot, you hear a large fanfare as this person with frizzy shoulder length hazel hair in very royal garbs, maybe a little bit over the top really, enters the room, and everyone falls silent, and they look around and they look at him, And following this person is a gnome, no taller than maybe 2.5 foot, wearing I forgot what he's wearing. He's wearing clothes. Ah,
That's a good start.
yeah. he he he's dressed in actual crimson leather armor with a very simple robe. Sorry, cape behind him. He's wearing a hat that's wrapped in black and white ribbons that's studded with gems. And you look closely at the gnome, and the gnome has a very sinister looking face. Like, you can't really tell his age, and you can't tell if that's his normal look or he's grimacing for some reason. But he's following this important looking person in front of him. And the person in front of him is wearing, has actually, yeah, he's wearing what looks like a small crown that then pulls back his hair slightly, revealing kind of like his face. He has a long nose, a violet gray eyes. He looks older than uh, than he looks older than he is in some ways because he has a lot of wrinkles in his brow, thick brows by the way, and he stands about 6'2". So I think that's about the same height as Valakos, I believe, and hidden slightly by his robe or by his cloak, you can see that he is also armed with like a ceremonial belt scabbard, and the hilt of a blade that you can't see, and more importantly, on his right hand, you see Aris, a ring similar to Bernhardt's ring, except this one has it also has a falcon motif. However, this one has red gems for the eyes of the falcon.
What color were the ones I have?
It's both. Your ring is basically a signet ring, shape of a four-winged falcon, made of gold. His is also made of gold, except his eyes, the eyes of the falcon, is two ruby eyes. That's the only difference.
That's the only difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
And with that, the little gnome actually grabs something behind his cape, and you can see that it is a white, strange horn, small horn, and actually blows it to attract the attention, which is kind of redundant because everyone's already paying attention to the entrance of this important-looking person. And as he does so, he coughs once. The person, which by this point, I mean, you definitely can recognize this is Lord Zeke entering.
Mhm.
The gnome proclaims, "My lord, ladies, and other honored guests, Prince Zeke bids you welcome, and I trust you will enjoy his hospitality of his humble home. For I am the Fabler," he says as he introduces himself. "The ominous Fabler." The strange little man then looks around. He leers at some of the guests, then flaps his free arms, and from his other side brings out a mummified raven and puts it on top of his shoulder. And using the dead bird kind of like a ventriloquist dummy, he starts chirping in a raspy voice. "Ah! You may now present your gifts to honor the prince. Oh, it is that time, isn't it? Yes, it is." And then he steps back, giggling at the other guest as the other guest starts reaching out and start like dusting off and rubbing the presents and the wrapped items in their hands. And as the announcement finishes, you see a number of the guests starts forming two lines in front of the prince. And slowly, each of them starts presenting their gifts. And you can tell as the party now also kind of like goes with the flow and starts forming a line. You can tell that for the most part, you've seen multiple people ahead of you. Most of them are giving different types of jewelry in bags, or the container seems to be more elaborate than what's actually inside it. From jewelry to what looks like exotic books that you can't really tell what the writing is from where you are, but like thick tomes, big bottles of what looks like really bottles of liquor or wine or something that looks important. The glass itself, some of them are elaborate with wings on the stopper. Some of them glisten like diamonds, thick vials or packages of stuff. Anyway, very elaborate items, container of items being passed. And you can see the prince would stop, lean forward. They would say something to the prince. He would nod, pass it to the Faber, and then the Faber would put it back and pass it to like another assistant in the back, who then has carried a cart, and they were placing each of the items on this cart. And when it gets full, some of them are big and some of them are heavy. They would pause, wait for the cart to come back, and then they continue the same process over: the presentation, a brief discussion, and then handing off the gift. Interestingly enough, there is one guest approaches the prince, and he doesn't have anything in his hands, and he snaps his fingers, and then two attendants reel in a big cage, and they took out the covers, and you see, let's see who was there: Aris, Saphira, and Valakos. You see in when they uncover the large cage. This cage, by the way, is the size of a large horse, maybe even bigger, but think of it very big, being pushed and pulled by 4 people. Not workers, not the staff of the palace, but in different uniform. And you can see that this horse is similar to like a phantom horse that was that actually Rachnian rode on the way out of Baldur's Gate. And you can hear him saying, "A prize capture, Lord Prince." It's like, a fine steed indeed. And then he fixes his fingers, and then palace guards actually go in and reels this creature away. They didn't even wait for the cart and just pulled it away. And he nods and grabs or taps the old lady. Did they say man? It's actually a little lady on the shoulder, red hair, and you can see that he's very happy with that one.
Do we recognize that lady? Can we see her face?
Does she seem like she's blind?
No, she's definitely not blind. From what you can tell from where you are, give me a sec while I look for here. She has very red hair, shockingly red hair, and wears it in braids, and has a very elaborate hairdress. You can see her clothes is rich and royal, and has a lot of jewelry as well in her hands. She looks like when she turns around and you catch a glimpse of her face, she looks more like a okay, the best description I can say, or analogy, is like a young grandmother who's kind of like mischievous and planning, like, let's say if you were the grandson or granddaughter, like you'd be like your partner in trying to give you candies if your parents didn't want you to. So that type of grandma looking face, right? A mischievous face with a sly smile. You have not met this person before.
Okay.
I just want to confirm something. He was introduced as Prince Zeke?
He was introduced as Prince Zeke. Very good. Very astute of you, Aris. Yes. Roll insight on that, Aris, since you're the only one who asked me about it.
Sure. Insight. Well, that sucks.
Okay. Yeah, you do note that it's interesting that the Fabler introduced him to the party as Prince Zeke, even though everyone here, well, you can only assume that everyone here knows him as King Zeke or should be known as King Zeke. So that thought did run to your mind, and yeah, you're kind of like, what's kind of going on, but you didn't dwell on it at that point. But you can if you wish.
I would like to pay attention to how other people address him
Mm.
as
As
they
as
approach looking
your
over here. Yeah.
as your position in line gets closer and closer, you could start hearing some of the conversation between the passing of the gifts and what Zeke is asking them. You do hear them um, addressing him as Prince Zeke or Lord Zeke, and
Lord.
and the and most of the conversation seem to be uh, the same in that it opens to who you are, what this gift is, and why is it important.
I also noticed he was introduced as Prince Zeke, but my insight roll was too low to ask the DM about it.
With that said, what is the non-marching order? What is your position in line? Who's ahead of whom? Who goes
I
first?
think Cathamille's first, because she has the least impressive gift.
Okay, so we have Cathamil, then
Well, Saphira and Eris kind of have related gifts, so I guess they're
We should be paired.
next to each
Oh
other.
yeah, has anyone gone as a pair or a group?
you have
Was it
not
always-
seen anyone that went in a pair. Each are offering it individually so far. By the time the party gets there, yeah, you haven't noticed anyone that came in as a pair. Again, it doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. You guys can try
Right.
it if you wish
I
to.
feel like should we go together as
Well,
the
we'll do Cathamil first because she is
Saphira
front
has
of
a
line.
whole like spiel, so you can tack on to the end if you would like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Cathamil, your turn arrives, and in front of you stands Prince Zeke, and he looks at you, looks down at you, and gives you a slight bow.
Cathamille bows back, says, Prince Zeke, it's such an honor to meet you. And she kind of turns to her
Attendant.
carriage
Yeah.
attendant and takes the case carrying the glass sword and turns back to him. It's like, I'm presenting you with this glass dagger, right? That was it. Yeah, with this glass dagger, finely crafted by some of the finest artisans. Hope you will appreciate its beauty.
He receives it gracefully. Is it in a box or what's this? How do you describe the case? Presenting it to
I
you.
think, let's see. Yes, it's in a wooden box, but then inside the box is sort of a display stand. So maybe she opens up the top of the box so he can see it.
Okay.
But then it's like protected so it can be transported.
So he receives it and looks over. A splendid dagger. Lady, did you say your name? Sorry, I wasn't. Did you say Cathamil, right? No, or you didn't, because I don't remember.
Say, Cathamil Beastfall.
Lady Beastfall. And where did you say this came from? The artistry seems familiar, yet interestingly designed.
Yes, this is one of the artisans in your city here. I
No
consulted with them
wonder
to
it looks
produce-
familiar. Yes, yes. Yeah, thank you for your gift. Passes it over to the side to the Faber, and the Faber looks over at Catamil with his kind of like grimace. Again, he looks like it looks like a resting grimace face, and pass it over to the other attendant. Puts it on. Yes. Well, and then Zeke looks over you again. You look nice. You look well. And where are you hailing from? Because you definitely do not look like from the kingdom, even though you have provided me a ware from my kingdom.
We travel from.
Who's we? I am asking you.
I travel from. She's from. It's Neverwinter, right?
Neverwinter, correct? Yeah.
Yeah. I call Neverwinter home.
Neverwinter. I have heard of the place. Far in the western side of the continent, to the Sword Coast, I've heard. My brother came from there, or was assigned to visit. What brings you here for so far a place?
Largely a pleasure trip, but also we're here to learn
Learn.
and explore opportunities for business as well.
So you're making this an opportunity to mingle with the fine blood of Selena. Is that what you're
Indeed.
saying, Lady Catomil of Peaceful?
Certainly, yes.
Very well. Perhaps I would like to hear more about the Sword Coast then from you. Thank you for the gift. I look forward in sharing some more stories with you tonight. And he kind of like
Thank you.
he just stands there looking at you. The favor is giving you a look at him and just going.
She just she bows and does it. Thank you, me as well, and she moves to wherever people go when they're done giving their gifts.
All right, and then comes to Saphira's turn then, with Aris behind and Valakos following. Saphira, you're on deck.
Saphira will curtsy. I assume he bows, and say, "I am Saphira, adventurer and dragon slayer," and she will motion to her the footman to bring up the thing, and she will say, "I present to you pride from the fallen body of the ancient dragon Arathathor, old beyond counting, so great in size he would take up this whole terrace, scourge of the sea of moving ice, and Oyavigathon, the island of eternity, called the White Death for all of the chaos he caused in his time. After fighting through a glacial lair of kobolds and trolls, braving ice and traps devised by the cunning dragon himself, we felled him and saved the people of the north from his terrible wrath. May I present to you his scales, and they're in a sort of ornately carved silver box on blue velvet, and they're very shiny."
He looks at you, very impressed with the presentation. Graciously receives the container, looks at the scales. I will be honest, Lady Saphira, I have not seen a dragon before.
They're a very impressive sight, Your Highness.
And much more impressive with the titles and the tale that you have attached to this particular set of scales. I would like to hear more stories about this White Death you speak of, and what it took to take down a dragon. Wonderful.
I would love to tell you stories of taking down a dragon and perhaps a few others.
He passes it over. He even skips the Faber and hands it directly to the assistants, who then puts it over to the on top of the crate, and he bows. Okay.
Saphira will curtsy in return.
And then behind Saphira, he looks down and says, and slightly looks over to the halfling standing there.
Okay, and I will also curtsy and go, "Hail, Prince Zeke. I am Lady Aris Wild of Baldur's Gate, Master of Chaos Magic, and also a Slayer of the Chromatic Dragon and Arathathor. Like my partner has just shown you, upon conquering Arathathor's scourge of the sea of moving ice, in addition to harvesting his scales, we also obtained some of his blood, which we have presented to you here, and then I'll motion to my person to open up the case. And the case is, I would have also had it made of crystal, but the dragon is like sitting atop a velvet throne inside of the crystal case itself. And so I will gently lift the dragon up to show. Inside you will see the fine artisans of your city have been able to encapsulate a vial of this dragon's of Roththor's blood inside of his heart. And then I'll bow as I present it up for his inspection. Yeah.
He lifts it and he hefts it in the weight, and he recognizes, saying, "And you said that the fine artisans of my city also created this fine art.
Yes, we gave him the specifications of the dragon.
So this is what the White Death looks like that your partner has talked about. Small.
You're frozen.
I froze?
Jeff is frozen.
Oh, Jeff is frozen because it's
Oh, okay, okay.
Arathathor, the White Death of ice.
Yes.
by holding the statue, it permeates the anyway. He looks at it and I recognize the work. He usually creates dioramas for the royal court. He did a great job. If this is exactly what a dragon would look like.
As best from our memory, being underneath fighting it, yes.
Arathathor, indeed. Was he difficult to fell?
Indeed, we almost died ourselves. But we made it out on top.
Very well. And he puts it down, motions to the, because it's larger, motions to the Fabler, and the Fabler just... How tall is Ares? Is it 3 feet?
I think about 3 feet.
Okay,
so,
yeah, so the Fabler is
that
smaller. Yeah, is about half an inch, lower. So he tries to carry the whole container and puts it over the crate. Very well. Thank you for the gift, Lady Aris Wild.
Curtsy.
And then behind you, he looks now up about his level, where there stands a tiefling.
I walk up, and I curtsy, just like a bow.
I was to say, did you say you curtsy?
No, a bow. It's an honor to be in your presence, Prince Zeke. Thank you for having me and my compatriots, and I just
so you are also with the same group, I take it.
Yes. I am High Seeker Valakos, a humble cleric of Gond, the god of invention.
God of invention. I don't think we have any gods representing invention before.
Gond is like no other.
Indeed.
I'm sure you'd be excited to hear more about him if we get a chance to speak during the rest of this ball.
I am more particular with the four-winged falcon. However, information about other gods is nonetheless could be entertaining or very curious to hear. I would not say that I'm not against it.
You're most wise. And to commemorate such a momentous occasion of your ball, I present to you this. Can I clap?
Yeah, you can clap. Yep.
Over it, Marcel.
As behind you, then the attendant follows with the container housing your gift.
Yeah. So I will open it. And a question for the DM. So is it nighttime?
Not yet.
Are we outside?
Yeah, you're out. You're outdoors in the.
Damn it.
You're outdoors in a big lawn overlooking the city of Selena. Sunset has just started behind you.
I see. Because I asked because it was supposed to, shine light in all sorts of lights. Now it's like it's not dark yet, nor are we indoors. So
Valakos, I believe you have a cantrip, right? You have thaumaturgy, if you wish to cast
I do have
light.
thaumaturgy.
Right? It can cast light, right? Am I wrong?
No. Thaumaturgy can dim or brighten light, but it can't cast. I mean, I could cast like a simple, sacred flame on the mirror.
But that's up to you. Just be careful about casting. Is all I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was hoping we were indoors or something, but sorry.
Ask permission.
Yes. All right. I'll just let him know. So I present to you this. It would have been much more grand if it was in a nighttime or indoors, but nonetheless, like if you may allow me to lighten these mirrors,
Mirrors,
and I
you
wait for
say?
his permission.
The mirrors, you say? Exactly what will it do? Actually, no. Surprise me. Do what you need
Oh,
to
so you
do.
like a good surprise? Then you would love what Gond has in store for all of us.
And right
And
before
I,
you cast, he actually turns to his left. Roll a perception check.
Ooh.
okay.
You see him slightly move his head to his left and whispers as if he's talking to someone, and you hear him actually say 18, right? Yeah, you hear him say, hold your ground, but watch.
Oh,
And then looks over,
Oh.
surprise me.
there's the
All right.
invisible person.
Yeah, crazy. All right, so it's like a square, like a large square, a board, and on the four corners there are like these mirrors angled in such a way
Mhm.
that I will on one of the mirrors I cast a sacred flame, but not to like destroy it,
Yep.
but just like light,
Mhm.
so that the light will bounce from that to the next one across it, and so on, and keep doing that while in the middle there's a prism which will get all of this light in there, and then it's angled upwards so that the yellow light turns into an array of like rainbow colors, and it'll be just like glowing up into the sky, and then I wait to see his reaction.
All right, do a performance. All right. So you can. It's a simple thing. It's not an elaborate performance, right? So you do so, and you see not just Prince Zik basically step one step back, and again his hands move to the side, and um, and he looks over, and the light bounces off in the mirrors, and again refocused into the center of the prism, and the prism creates this a kaleidoscope of light going upwards, and it's not just Vic who steps back. People behind you actually falls out of line and tries to go in the summer, tries to see like what's going on there. And as some of them step back, people from the back of the line actually Aris, Cathamil, and Saphira, you would notice these people actually look at their gift, put it back, and then start rummaging through their other pack.
Oh my god.
But
And
Zeke,
then I say,
yeah,
yeah.
go ahead, yeah. But
Oh.
Zeke looks at you and looks quite impressed.
And that is not all. I call it Zeke's luminescence, and I flick a switch where the prism starts to like rotate, so it's like almost like a disco ball kind of lights.
Okay. Zix looks at it and pushes the crate slightly aside to get closer to you, Valakos, and says, "Where did you get this contraption from?"
I came up with this idea and worked with one of your local glass artisans, and I give him the name of the artisan.
I know
and
him.
We collaborated.
I know him well. Did not realize one can make such an item. Was this inspired by your Lord Gond?
Indeed, it was, but as well as your Grace's magnificent city.
The City of Light.
Indeed.
Lord Valakos. Lord Valakos, I remember that name. One of its kind, the first of its kind, Zeke's luminescence. You're good with flattery, Lord Valakos. He snaps his fingers. The attendant again picks it up and carries it straight to the palace, if you wish. If you, he goes. It's like nods.
Wow.
We should have, planted something in there, like something I was talking about. Go straight to the palace.
A hitter theater spell.
Oh, that was so cool.
By the way, turns out because of the movie, they created a legendary item for the Hitter Theater.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh wow.
That's so cool.
So as then your turn, for actually, sorry, I want Aris, Saphira, and Kathimil roll up, not performances as well. I forgot to ask. I just need to keep track of something.
Oh no.
Could I have bolstered my magic?
No.
Before? Alright, fine.
This is normal talking.
How did Saphira get a
My
4?
speech
That's
was
not
so
fair.
good though.
Wow.
Again, I'm just keeping track. This does not affect your speech or anything like that. And you don't know what you're rolling for or against. This is for the party. This is like if you're playing a role play, a video game. Zik will remember that. Those type of things. So I'm just keeping track of which ones he remembers, which ones he forgets, which ones he likes, and depending on, again, based on the gift, the reaction, it kind of like balances out as well, or goes the opposite directions. So just so again, we're not limiting it to just one thing or one event. I want to give it like a balanced style, So all right, so I got 15, 10. Okay, yeah. See, even if Zik didn't appear to enjoy the glass dagger, Kathleen, I mean, I'm just gonna say, even with a 15, that kind of like evens it out, So don't feel bad about it, type of thing, right? So it's how you presented it and all that. So
You're very charming.
Charisma rolls.
all right. Looking at the time, it's already 9:19. Yeah, I was just gonna keep going here slightly more, all right, because we already started. All right. After the rest of the guests have presented the gifts to Lord Zik, which took about another maybe 10-20 minutes, which allowed you to kind of like, if you wish to mingle with the crowd, you are allowed to do so. If you want to look around or whatnot, or you're just paying attention to what's going on. A couple of times, Zik would, again, and so far, Valakos is the only one who noticed it with the perception thing. Valakos would notice that once in a while, Zik would look to his left and again appears like he's stealthily conversing with someone that's not there, right?
Okay. Can I let I mean, when we are away from everyone,
if
those 20 minutes, if I could just like whisper.
Sure, if you want. So you
to them
to let the party know. Why don't the other parties just roll perception checks for me? Valakos would mention it, but whether or not you actually see it happening. All right, yeah. Valakos like motions you, and you guys know what you're looking for, and you actually do notice that there are certain instances where it seems like he's talking to somebody. Who rolled the 23? Oh, that was Saphira. Saphira, you would even notice that after Valakos mentioned that, and you've been watching for quite a while, you would actually see Zeke seems to, while he's talking to his left side, he seems to be talking one direction and then point further back and also talk there. So it's almost as if there are two people. Did Sarah hear that?
Yeah, she can hear it.
Okay, cool.
She has her. Yeah.
All right. So, with all that, after the last guest has presented their gift to Lord Zeke, the servants suddenly appear into the court. Wait, hold on. You good? Earphones? Can you still hear?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, because I saw you take off your earphones. I thought. Okay. Anyway, servants appear with padded chairs for each of the guests and places them in around the court. And at this point, your attendants would have started leaving because they're not carrying anything anymore. And then
before the attendants leave, I just slip the one that was helping me. I just give him a gold coin and say, "Thanks."
And he looks at this and says, "Please, sir. Please, miss. No, this is our job."
Okay, never mind. Sorry.
And the servants actually motion each of you to basically sit on the chair that they provided, that they carried into this big lawn, and you're still outdoors. And one at a time, the guests start sitting down, and Zeke is presented a larger chair that two people, actually a heavy chair, that they carry, and presented Zeke. So he's sitting in the farthest corner of the, not really room, but of the lawn, basically. At this point, once everybody is seated, the Fabler again takes center, and blows his strange horn once more time. It's a different tone this time. And he says, "My masters," as he looks over at all the guests and Prince Zeke, "we beg you to enjoy our little tale. 'Tis a small thing I penned myself. A tale of menace, of revenge, lust, and death, which I have called the Harlequinade Mortificatio," he says. And with that, he steps back, and as he does, a large number of servants begins to create a small stage, really a small platform in the center of, in front of the audience, and quickly pull up, and there's a backdrop of a town street at the night setting, and then a wooden moon starts swinging on top of it, this big moon. And then suddenly he blows his horn one more time, and from behind the backdrop, animated skeleton starts walking, click clacking, click clack, click clack, click clack, and says, "You are my artists." And throughout the play, which lasts a few minutes, it's actually performed in silence. No dialogue, no sound, no talking, except for the click clackety noise of the bones hitting each other. And what's curious is that the from what you can actually, you know what? Why don't all of you roll a performance check if you can actually understand the performance? Valakos, all you see is skeletons either dancing or miming movements on the stage as the scene backdrop changes scenes. You're not quite getting it, but you can tell that they're maybe they're dancing or acting charades. Saphira, you're more interested, I think, in why are there skeletons? Whereas Aris and Cathamil, for whatever reason, you seem to be a little bit more enthralled. And what you gather from the performance or what's being displayed here, it seems like the entire play is a very curious affair. It becomes a little bit obvious that the whole plot itself, the skeletons represent people. And the whole plot seems to recount how each of the skeletons kind of like is acting out how they died. Some of them were poisoned, some of them were actually assassinated, some of them were just walking and tripped. And you can hear some laughter from some of the crowds understanding it, especially some of the funny ones. They would like chuckle and whatnot, and other people would like look at the chuckling person and like, I don't get it, right? And then eventually, actually, no, before eventually, you can tell, the two of you can tell that most of the play, or whatever this performance is supposed to be comedic in nature. But really, it feels pretty lame at the end of the day. What's interesting, all four of you, however, and actually all the crowds, seem to get the final scene. The final scene was very stretched out and long. And in the final scene, all the skeletons, there are actually 10 of them. 5 of them comes in dressed in all blue, similar to like the color scheme, the robe that Zeke is wearing. And then another set of 5 skeletons wearing red robes. And it depicts kind of like a battle happening, and the backdrop changes into like a throne room. and then you see one of the red skeletons kind of like beheads the lead a blue skeleton. At the same time, the blue skeleton kind of like jabs the red skeleton in the chest, and both of them fall down. And once both of them fall down, the 8 remaining skeletons look at the dead skeletons, and then suddenly all the skeletons falls on the floor. And then after that, everyone starts clapping. Including, it seems, the party starts clapping as well. So actually, I think
Can I see could we see Zeke's facial expressions?
Yeah, he seems entertained.
Okay.
And I take
Even
it
in
back.
final.
The whole play actually took about an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, it took about an hour because there was a lot.
Wow.
I forgot. There's a lot of different scenes and depictions, and again, for the most part, it was very lost on the audience. It seems that only for the most part Zeke gets it. And for the most part too, the people sitting closest to Zeke, when Zeke laughs, they also laugh. When he chuckles, they also chuckle. When he looks like amazed, they also look at him and they also look amazed. Interestingly enough. So most of the people closest to where he's sitting seems to be watching him rather than the play.
Right.
Yeah. So at the very end, again, people were clapping. The gnome takes center stage again. He bows, and all the skeletons rises up, and they all bow as well, and they start marching away behind, carrying all the stage, the backdrop, the props basically of the stage, and they walk past the gate where you entered behind the topiaries.
Huh.
Right. And
Did
after
we
that,
notice,
oh, go ahead. Yeah.
sorry, did we notice any blind person?
You look around, roll perception check. Oh, there's a number of crowds, but however, again, because it's kind of like single file right now, it's easier to like look around than the grounds. But you do not see anyone that looks blind.
Could I also roll a perception throughout that hour for like any of the angels?
Angels. Okay,
somewhere?
roll. Yeah.
Perception.
Yep, perception.
Oh,
Saphira, you're gonna say something?
Yeah.
No. Okay. Aris, you look around looking for guard or skeletons at all. Nope, no one. You don't see anything. Yeah. And everyone seems to be pretty relaxed, all as relaxed as they can. Although the closer they are to Zeke, the more again focused they are on the prince. So they look less relaxed, but the farther away from Zeke, the more relaxed the people are, and they're just scratching their heads. But as the Faber comes out, he actually removes his cloak, and now he's underneath his cloak, he reveals a costume of a scarecrow. And then he pulls from behind him 2 sticks, puts it under his legs, and he's now about as tall as Valkos. He has a small stilts, basically. And he starts walking like a scarecrow.
Those are huge sticks.
Yep, they're foldable.
Yeah.
He puts it on.
Like, you sit down and put them on his feet and just levitate up.
Well, somehow he managed to do that acrobatically. How about that?
And he vaults off of one, puts the other on his foot, lands on it, then puts the other one on his
he definitely has very high performance skills, apparently, because he can do this, with finesse and style. And again, people starts clapping again. So it's like, and you hear someone whisper, "That's better than the skeletons." And then he basically starts walking and says, "Favored guests, please follow me across the grounds to the next event." And he starts singing a song, which the words don't really make any sense, but almost has the tone of like, follow me to the next event." Something like that.
This is so lame.
Like,
what the fuck?
Eventually,
This feels like stuffy old rich people trying to think about what fun means.
Mm, yeah.
If that is your impression, then good
That's
job.
my impression.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As the Fabler is now leading the rest, the party to the next location of the event, Zeke is very close, actually right beside him as they walk almost side by side. The Fabler slightly ahead, really, and the rest of the party goers or guests are kind of like mingling with each other, and you start hearing words like, "What's that all about? What is this? Is this the event? Like, what's going on? Blah blah blah." And then you hear some saying, "Shh, Prince will hear you." Or there are ears listening you can't even see, and things like that.
I'm gonna start saying, "Wow, this is amazing! I'm having such a great time." What
Um,
about you guys?
It is certainly a form of art, isn't it?
Yes, art everywhere, beauty, elegance, grace.
so
Okay, maybe don't do too much. You know.
Sorry.
So, for that event, can I have all four of you roll for that one? It was, sorry, I'm just gonna check. It was insights. Can you all roll insight for me, please?
Oh, natural 20 areas.
A -1 to insight, Jesus.
Yeah, I don't mind so much insight.
All right.
I
Aries
rolled
is trusting
bad.
of everybody.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay, yeah. That is, again, for my record, similar to the performance the last time. That was for that particular event. Okay. I think we're gonna stop. We're gonna stop here, like in the middle of going to the next thing, because it's around 9:30. It's 11 on your end, right, Sam,
Yeah,
Jeff? Yeah.
1:30.
Yeah. So let's put a pin on this. Introductions are done. Presentation of gifts are done, and the first act, first entertainment act, is finished. So we'll go to the second event when we return, whenever that is. It's all right. So quick pause.
Why did he need to go on stilts to go to the next place?
The Fabler.
What the heck?
Well, I mean,
I
at
like
least our
it.
gifts seem to have made a good impression, so off to a good start.
Yeah.
And he definitely has 2 invisible angels next to him at all times.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Crazy.
That's scary.
Good thing we're not trying to hurt this guy.
Crazy.
All right. Anything else? Anything you guys want to remember so that you can write it down? Otherwise, I don't have anything big to add because the celebration just barely begun.
Oh my god, first of 12 hours, guys.
Hopefully, it gets better.
Yeah.
Hopefully, there's some food, maybe some wine. You know,
Yeah.
then the entertainment doesn't have to be very good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Actually, that's a
We
very
should-
good point. Hold on a second. I think I might have missed that. Did I put in my notes? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Safira, for I forgot to add that flavor in the story, because during the event of during the play, servants are actually fluttering about with wine and trays of lightly roasted almond biscuits of exquisite
Ooh.
taste. So the people who are not paying attention, or don't really care about, are paying more attention to the almonds that they stuff their mouths with rather than the actual show, and just chugging the wine, because they figure that maybe drinking would allow them to kind of like free their mind a little bit and understand the play, but it wasn't helping.
Oh my gosh.
So yeah, so there were food being served while the performance was in session.
Did Zeke eat or drink anything?
He did not. He was more. He enjoyed the play, so he was actually more engrossed in the play than the servants serving.
Okay.
Yeah.
I still have my choker on, so I'm immune to poison, so alcohol doesn't work on me.
Well, also, you look like a child. Would they let you drink? Yeah, they would let you drink.
I'm a halfling.
Okay, yeah.
And you're not the only halfling here, by the way. I think I mentioned that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are
Again,
there
there's
any
a
other-
mix of different humanoids.
Did I would have made eye contact with one of the other halflings and been like, I have no idea what it means to be a halfling in the back of my head.
The other halfling, if you're interested, let me just check. Do we have?
Are Valakos and I the only of our kind.
You are.
Dragonborn.
You are the only tiefling and the only
Whoa.
dragonborn. Yeah.
The other halfling thinks you're flirting.
Yeah, who is it?
Okay. There is another halfling. You could have probably made contact. I'm just checking the personality here. The other halfling seems to catch your eye, but it's female. It's a female halfling. She is dressed in a black cloak and fine noble's clothes with dark shades of blue and green. You can tell from the distance that she is wearing an amulet, and her amulet is made of snake scales and teeth. She has light brown hair, short cut, a bit curly, and in a very standard way of looking, she does look kind of cute, but also a bit more of like a mature type of halfling, like an adult halfling look. Not
Oh, and I look
less
like a
less
kid.
childlike.
Yeah.
But also slightly overweight and actually a little bit nervous looking.
I would not have approached her. Because I definitely still look like a kid.
Aren't you?
Because you are.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Let's not throw away insults now. I was just born the other day, so.
Can we tell where the other guests are from? Like, if we scan down the guests, how many of them are like, have no idea where they're from, maybe they're local, versus guests are like, oh, I bet they're from that city, I bet they're from that city.
Yeah, most of the guests here, if not all of them, are probably in a closer territory compared to where you guys are coming from, so you can't really tell. The only reason why you could tell that, Catherine, is because you've been around the city and you know kind of like what's foreign and what's within the city from the clientele that you've seen in the last week that you've been in the city. Most of them are, for the most part, local within the border kingdoms, not necessarily away from it. So they're within the border kingdoms, you just don't know which kingdom.
So we're possibly the farthest away people.
There are some clothes that are, again, very elaborate, whether or not is their cultural clothing or not. Those that are not from the luxury, so it's kind of hard to tell. They could technically be from the same area you came from, just wearing weird attire. But aside from that, no one else seems to act in a way that tells you exactly where they came from. At least so far. I mean, it's only the first event.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions? Good questions. You could
Do
probably
we
think of
see
some other
any-
ones.
You said we're walking on grass, right?
Yep.
Do we see any footprints behind Zeke that are not his?
No.
So they are flying.
I don't know what you're talking about. What's flying?
Okay.
Or invisibility doesn't work that way.
Invisibility doesn't have you interact with the physical world, I'm sure.
Maybe the invisibility manipulates the way you see the grass to look like the grass isn't getting trampled.
No, people who cast invisibility would know that it would take physical. It would affect physical objects.
You can see it.
Yeah. But hey, who knows? Maybe the grass is short where they're, around Zeke. Or again, maybe there isn't really anything there. I don't know.
But what depends on the mechanism of the invisibility spell? Like, it could be a spell that manipulates light so that you don't see the person, but it could be a spell that manipulates your brain so that you just think you don't see.
I don't know if Catherine has concept of brain and light that way. Yeah. Where are we being led to? You're being led to.
Yeah, do you have
yes.
any pictures?
Huh?
Do you have pictures?
No, I'm trying to look for pictures to kind of like get close to these where these are, but it's hard to find actual castle places that has what I have envisioned. I was actually going to draw this because it's a 3-day weekend, but I got lazy on Saturday, which was my time to draw. So I said like, oh well. Yeah.
Have you tried AI?
Yeah. Yes and no.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Not for this, but anyway, you're being led indoors this time, so just to let you know, slightly indoors, through a path, marble floor, no stone floor at this point. You're still outdoors, and it seems to be leading you to kind of like indoor outdoor balcony. Is the next location.
Look, are there security around us?
Interestingly
Guards?
enough, Valakos, let's see. You did roll on 18. I'm just going to consider that part of like, looking around as well. Interestingly enough, nope. No guards.
Oh, wow.
Just the guests and Zeke and the Fabler.
I mean, they can teleport the Black Angels, Dark Angels.
Aside from the
Apparently
servants and
invisible.
the attendants that are helping, by the way. But no one that looks like guards. Because the attendants and the attendants that assisted you did have ceremonial rapiers. The servants that are bringing the food and drinks, they are, simply dressed, no weapons.
Oh, so it's not heavily armed servants carrying.
Nope. Nope, not at all. Not at all.
Are the other guests armed?
Some of them are, some of them are not. So it's a mix.
It's interesting. Nobody like checked our weapons on the way we did it. They don't seem concerned about that at all. Just almost a little terrifying.
Interesting.
Anything else? I'm hearing the first impressions of the great stage play. It was so moving. The Fabler worked hard for that play,
He certainly did.
It worked. Yep.
Art takes so many forms these days,
Yeah,
Well, I mean-
that's good.
Consider that he only has a skeleton crew.
Oh,
Ah.
God.
Goodbye.
Let's go.
Well, we made it. We had the ball.
Yes.
We made it in, and our gifts were good. They were
Half
good.
good.
He didn't immediately summon the security to escort you out of the party.
I mean, they got us in. He wasn't annoyed. That's all we need.
And I was so glad someone, I think Jeff did, like you were like, ask for permission. I was like, oh shoot, yeah, that's true. I'm so glad I did, or else it would have turned upside down.
Yes.
I wouldn't
Very
say
quickly.
upside down. You might just be
You would've-
one short a member, that's all.
Yeah.
I mean, well, what would happen? It's only Zeke and the Fabler.
Mm-hmm.
You could just draw your swords and kind of cut his head off, if that's what your intent. I mean, there's no security.
That's not. We're not trying to kill Zeke.
Oh
That's not-
no! Oh, I thought you were hired assassins for whatever reason. I mean, they're obviously not taking care of security. They're not, they're not thinking this through. Especially right after a coup, not suspicious at all.
Totally. Cool.
It also makes me rethink because of the blue versus red. I'm not gonna unveil the rest of the dress. I'm gonna stay blue.
I mean, Aris, you would see other people wearing red, yellow, different color schemes.
Right, but it is a different thing to go from blue to red after having seen the play, and very clearly who is blue in this regime. So I'm staying blue the entire night.
I mean, that's an interesting thought. That's up to you. You may change your mind. That's up to Aris.
Yes, Eris is gonna stay.
All right. Anything else? Okay. So, quick note. So, if you guys are free next week, technically maybe I can, but this week's gonna be busy for me. If I don't finish my work of the week, I'll probably work over the weekend. So I may not be able to make it next week. Sorry, I can't hear you, Sarah.
So I will not be able to do next.
Okay,
Travel.
so next week is definitely a no for us then.
Okay.
Okay, and then we'll just double check in 2 weeks or the following week if we're good on the week after, which is
The 10th.
the 10th. Yeah, I have to get this done this
Saturday.
week. And then
Or Sunday.
all right, maybe the 10th I can, 10th or 11th, because training will be on the 12th, and the week after is the hypercare for my team.
I am unsure on that as well. I have a friend who's going to be in town, so
Does she want to play?
it'll depend on what her schedule's going to be
Yeah.
like.
Does she want to play a level
She could
10?
join.
I can
She
gi-
has played D&D.
we can give her. We can give her Lady Aramis and just play her. Oh, which, by the way, may or may not be present. I maybe Val pushes students. Yeah, never mind. Who's Lady Aramis? Who cares about the lady? Who cares about Zeke? All right,
Not at all plot important.
probably not. All right then. With that said, all right, we will continue. We'll just keep in touch and we'll continue whenever we are all available. Because this time we do need everyone since everyone started in the party. Unless I guess we can technically start with one missing or whatever and just pretend like, oh yeah, they're just mingling with the crowd. They don't really care what's happening. They just got absorbed with the events and just started enjoying themselves. That's totally fine.
Cool. Exciting.
All right. Then thank
All
you
right, everybody.
all.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Good night,
See you
guys.
soon.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.